Welcome back, everyone. Glad I could have you here for half an hour, Mads and Zero. We return to the Roundtable hold, where we've just gotten an invitation from Melina. Hi, Inats. Good to see you.
This is a rare occasion. I can't remember the last time a new tarnished made their way to the round table. Very well. As your senior, I bid you welcome. It is safe here. You may let down your guard.
I'm glad to be streaming something new, too. I've been having fun with this so far. And, yeah, it's been a good time.
Allow me a word of advice. As your senior, you are a mere visitor to the round table.
Does look a bit different, Mads.
A house guest.
I have been giving some thought to doing some more stuff with Xenoblade 3.
Newcomer.
In fact, for a little while, I was thinking about doing a stream where I was specifically going over some things I've learned about
There's nothing
like
left
chain attacks and optimizing that for certain early game bosses and stuff. And I thought that'd be really cool. But I started writing down all the points I wanted to cover and realized, wow, this is going to be complicated. And I'm not prepared to do this yet. So that may still happen. I'm not sure if I'll do it in a stream format, if I'll attempt to record footage and cut together something more tightly edited. I don't know. But there's lots I've learned and I'd like to go over. It's a lot to orchestrate, I suppose. I did get my jacket, Odd Puka. I'm very happy with it. All I said, I just told the game to give it to me and it did. So, should have tried that earlier.
You're a new face. No matter. It's all the same. Lay out your arms. Let's get smithing.
Hewg here is a misbegotten. We haven't encountered a misbegotten yet. So, he seems very strange. And he's chained to the wall.
I see you've noticed the chains. Nothing special. I'm a prisoner and these are my chains. I'm trapped by the hold. Undying, smithing for you fools. That's all there is to it. No, don't read too much into it. Well, no grudge against you. My being a prisoner is no fault of yours.
Well, that's a relief at least.
I don't mind smithing. Despite my differences, the weapons get stronger all the same. In time, technique never fails. Besides, it helps me forget the sheer terror of her.
Hugh's story is kind of interesting. We just get a hint that he doesn't say just now who imprisoned him here or what his duties are at the Round Table beyond smithing. But we'll find out more. For now, I want to sell him my runes. And unlike the smithing table at the Church of Ella, we're not capped at +3 here, so we can upgrade our weapons beyond that. I'll take the Uchi Katana to +4. Not going to level up the finger seal, at least not for the time being. We can upgrade this, and it'll make our incantation scaling a little bit stronger, but it's really, really tiny bonus at these low upgrade levels. And we may well get to a point where we can upgrade from this to a stronger seal before it ever makes sense to really invest in this. So we'll just keep it at +0 for now. And I would like to put Golden Vow on a super light weapon. I already have the parrying dagger, and that'll do. So, I think we're fine.
Greetings, great champion called by grace. I am Fear, Circumstances have compelled my stay at the Roundtable hold. Great champion, would you allow me to hold you? But briefly, perhaps you might share with me some of your lively vigor and your stout-heartedness.
I never really notice
I will
that
grant me the warmth
Fia
of a
is
champion.
blonde because of her dark hood,
I am sure.
but she
Will
very much
bear
is.
all the
You can see that in the
king's
opening cutscene
Do
too.
you think it vulgar, perhaps? Where I come from, it is a sacred act.
She practices deathbed companionship, so basically, if moral codes weren't what they were, this would be a sex scene, I'm pretty sure.
Ah,
But instead, it's an awkward hug.
great champion. You are very warm.
Baldekin's
What you felt
blessing.
up inside you was a Baldekin's blessing. Though it is but a fleeting thing, I am afraid. Come back to me, should you require another. I will take you in my arms as often as you need.
We'll visit Fia again later, and she'll give us a bit more of an explanation about what she does and where she came from. I guess I'll talk more about her there, but we have not lain with her, but knelt and put our head in her lap, and now we've gotten this item. Favor bestowed by a deathbed companion, protection of a hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber. Uses FP to temporarily boost poise. The favor allows one to forget any aches and pains. In death, there's only peace, for in death, there can be no sensation. What this doesn't tell you is that while this is in your inventory, you take a 5% penalty to your HP. You can see that on the status bar in the top left, under the green stamina bar. I've got the icon for my armor up for wearing the Dragon Crest Shield Talisman, and then the red block with an arrow pointing down, and that means my HP is getting debuffed. But nothing else in the game tells you what's happening. So I'll go ahead and use this to get it out of my inventory. I'd rather just have the higher HP all the time. Next person in the central room is this guy.
Hello. You must be new here. Well, just call me Dialos. The honor of one's house holds little import in these lands. By the way, have you met a young woman?
It's funny he says that because he changes his tune about the honor of one's house.
Fickle as the wind. Take your eyes off her for but a moment and she's good as gone. If you find her, please be sure to tell me. Be sure to tell me if you meet a young woman named Lanya. She's a servant to my house. She's been my companion since childhood. I've lost count of the number of times I've had to find her like this.
Max, you're one of Fia's champions. Well, that's...
Tomboy.
I'm not judging. Not really for me, but that's okay. So Dialos is asking us to find his servant Lanya, who was his childhood friend as well as his servant. We will find her eventually. So file that away in the mental quest logbook.
You've met Garank, I take it. Then
We did what D said and went to the Bestial Sanctum, so we did meet Garank and handed over our death root. And that makes us comrades in arms with him.
the power of the Golden Order to aid the hunt of those.
Hey Wimla, hello. This is before Euro bedtime, just barely, I suppose. What is it, like 10:30 Continental time or something like that right now?
I
Glad to have you
serve
here.
the Golden Order, that I might put this crooked land to rights, following only the guidance of the great Elden Ring. Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold.
D really does not like skeleton men.
And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
Since we've met Garank, he starts selling a couple of Golden Order incantations. These require a mixture of intelligence and faith, but they do holy damage. not magic damage. We don't have the intelligence for them, so I'll hold off on those.
Oh, I see you've just arrived.
Be from left node.
Welcome to the Roundtable Hold. I'm Corin, a man of the cloth. I teach incantations, the strength granted us by the two fingers, and explore the secrets of the Golden Order, so that one day, if a tarnished of the Roundtable Hold should become Elden Lord, I might counsel them, ensuring order regains its proper form, righting rule over men. By the way, do you still see it? The guidance of grace.
It might be about all I do see.
You do? Wonderful news. Most tarnished are blind to it these days. You are something of a rare breed. Well, what do you say? Care to learn an incantation of the two fingers?
Corin sells us, I guess it's 8 different incantations. We already know heal and catch flame. Those are our 2 starting spells. So we don't need to buy those. I'll go ahead and grab Cure Poison, because that has a little bit of utility early on. We could grab Magic Fortification and Flame Fortification as defensive body buffs. They're less broadly applicable, but there are certain bosses that use these elemental damage types that these can work really well against. Urgent Heal is a non-AoE heal spell that you can use while moving slowly. Heals less than heal, so it's faster and makes you less vulnerable. If you remember when we were fighting the Tree Sentinel, I tried to use heal a few times, and sometimes I got punished because I was just stuck there in my end lag for a couple seconds. Urgent Heal doesn't have that problem so much, but it is less efficient for healing. Rejection doesn't deal damage at all, but it just sends out a blast wave around you that knocks nearby foes away. We've used Catch Flame before. I'll go ahead and buy Flame Sling so I have a ranged incantation as a counterpart to Catch Flame, which is like the melee ranged one. And we'll be satisfied with those for now.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
Puka says it's the guy that'll teach you heretical incantations. Corin's funny about that, because he'll get mad at you for giving him prayer books that have heretical incantations, but it doesn't stop him from teaching them to you. By the way, chat, I did review a little bit of the VOD from the last stream, and I felt that the audio balance was a little bit off. It seemed to me like the game audio was a little bit too quiet, and my voice was a little bit too loud relative to that. I made a couple of minor adjustments to levels, so let me know how that goes. This area may not be the best place to test that because there's not really any combat or loud music. But do tell me if you feel like something's a little bit off with that. Okay. This is Insha. We don't get his name yet, and he won't say anything, but we do get a gesture to mimic his stance. And then in the next room, we have the Twin Maiden husks, who can take bell bearings from other merchants and replicate their shops here, which is why it's not really a problem for you to go around murdering all the nomadic merchants in the world. You can bring those bell bearings here and just shop from this one location and not have to go track down those merchants again. We don't have any bell bearings yet, but so all we have access to is the basic shop. What we'll buy now, we have no use for the rune arcs at the moment. They can be used without a great rune, but their effect is much smaller without a great rune. It just gives you a slight increase in maximum HP. So we do want rune arcs, but we'll get them later. White Cipher Ring and Blue Cipher Ring are multiplayer items, which we can't really use. Memory Stone gives us an extra memory slot for our spells. We do want that. We'll buy 1 Stone Sword Key. And then looking at the items available, we do have a dagger with Golden Bow on it, or at least a parrying dagger, but we'll go ahead and grab another one in case we want another lightweight weapon with a different skill on it. We don't really need the longsword right now. We do have a broadsword if we want a straight sword. And we already have a short spear, so we could buy this and power stance them, wield 2 spears at once. And the power stance spear moveset is pretty good, but I'm not a huge fan of the weapon in general. Winlow. Thanks for the feedback. We'll see how things go, and you can let me know. I'm going to buy the mace. I can't wield it yet because it requires 12 strength, but we'll have that eventually. And it'll be nice to have a serviceable strike weapon, and we can wield it if we two-hand it. Already have a finger seal. We already have the Beast Crest heater shield, so we don't really need this. We could buy the Knight armor set. This is one of the lightest armor sets that will give you a total of 51 poise, which is the important breakpoint for not getting staggered by light attacks from enemies in PvE. So it's a good armor set. It's really nice to have access to it this early, and we could afford it. I don't like the aesthetic that much, mostly because I think the Knight chest piece is too clean. It just doesn't feel used enough for my taste. And we're keeping our Prophet's blindfold on for a while, for the foreseeable future, so we won't get to 51 poise with that anyway. So I won't buy this just yet. And the last two items are a couple of talismans that work in multiplayer. Again, they change the way you look in multiplayer. So normally if you're an invader, you'll have a red glow, but this one will make you look like a regular character. This one will make you look like a cooperator. That's what they do, basically. Now we'll go back, we'll rest at the Grace, and we'll have one more conversation here before we're ready to head back to Limgrave. Memorize spell, we'll put on Flamesling. Now that we've advanced the area, Gideon has moved into his study.
What do you need? I have little time to spare.
And we can take offense to him calling us just a house guest.
Oh, are you aggrieved at the notion you are but a visitant here? Then you would do well to remember the first words of grace given to you. Stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord. If those words held any meaning...
Does he know that because he was the one who narrated the intro?
Grace, lay low the shard bearers and claim for yourself a great rune. Do so, and the doors to the Roundtable's inner chamber will open, and you will receive the wisdom of the Two Fingers.
Kill a demigod, visit the Two Fingers,
I'll impart to you a proper welcome.
and then we'll be a proper member of the Round Table. Got it.
I have high hopes for you. I'm sick and tired of them. These namby-pamby tarnished think us no more than a shelter from the rain.
I'm not sure that's true of every tarnished out there, but it's probably true of Dialos.
We've spoken long enough. I have matters to attend.
Hey Atlas, glad to have you here again. All right, now let's head back to Limgrave. I did neglect one thing last stream. When I was on the way down to the Third Church America, there was one item I forgot to go and grab, so we'll swing by there. I had mentioned that I had intended to go visit this ghost over here who's looking at the minor erdtree before we went down there, and then after that was going to come down this way and check out this ruin where there's a corpse. And it turns out this one is guarded by 4 demi-humans. All right. All we got out of that is a golden rune. Your playthrough got as far as beating the first major boss of the castle, and then you stumbled into Caelid. Boy, I wish you could stick around for more of the stream, Matt. So we're going east from the church again, because the last place that we really have any unfinished business down here in Limgrave is at the lake. We haven't killed the dragon. I'm going to put A gold pickled foul foot in an item slot. Though we really probably shouldn't use it on this boss. Let's see. I want to reduce fire damage. I want... Okay, I've got fire grease ready. And I have two good options. I could use my katana or my level 3 spear. The advantage of the spear is that dragons are weaker to pierce damage generally. We might end up switching to that, but for now I'm going to work with Uji katana. So let's get down here. Drink our flask, use golden vow, apply fire grease to our Uchi katana. Let's go get him. Stupid dragonfly. I have no idea why my horse did not get summoned there. Dragons take increased stance damage when you hit them in the head, so that's usually preferable. They're just hitting them in the legs, if you can manage it. But it is harder to hit them in the head repeatedly because their head is not close enough to the ground all the time. Brewing up like this is going to just lunge down at me if I miss the timing, but if I rolled at the right time. The dragonflies are annoying. Then I would have dodged that attack. Okay, got a stance break. Dragon enemies tend to get stunned for a long time, so I have a window to put a couple extra attacks on. And now he's almost dead, but I'm not done yet. I don't want to finish just yet. Because over here, let's see, right by this Stake of Marika, there's a summon sign for Yura. Since we fought Agheel once, very briefly, he's available to be summoned to help now. This is actually not helpful at all. It increases Agheel's health pool, which is why he just got a whole bunch more HP, and makes him harder to stance break, and you can't use Torrent while you have an NPC cooperator around. Though it's much harder to dodge out of the way of the fire attacks. And I just died. Unfortunate. But summoning Yura gets you extra dialogue, so that's why we're doing it. Mistake. Oh, okay, I got away with it. Ouch. She'll use that stance break as an opportunity to go summon Yura again. Unfortunately. Oh god. Got stuck on the ruin. Ah. Fire shield. Nice. Uh-oh. Okay, I should be safe behind this wall, probably. Nope. This game sucks. Out of flasks, and I'll probably get killed by this fire, maybe. Oh, I'm out of it. Okay. We got him. Just barely. Thanks for the help, quote unquote, Yura. And there's our first dragon heart. So a new draconic power is available at the Cathedral of Dragon Communion. Now that we've done that, we'll go check in with Yura and see what he has to say. For the question from Skull Goblin, yes, you can summon Yura, but you do have to actually fight agheel once. Like the summon sign won't appear the first time you fight, so you have to go attack him, and then I think I don't know if you have to go talk to Yura in between. I think you just have to go reset an area by resting at a grace or traveling or something, and then his summon sign will appear down like right here.
There you are. That was my first dragon hunt in quite some time. Paired up with a hothead like you. It was just like old times.
Just like old times, he says. So he's done a dragon hunt before.
There's something you should know. The heart you brought back. It's used in dragon communion. If you should find yourself...
Thanks, Bruno. I appreciate that.
Heart, yearning for its strength, then seek the decrepit church on the little island off the western coast. You must not forget, though, those who partake in dragon communion will one day shed their humanity, their hunger for dragon, their yearning only worsens until the floodgates burst, unleashing eternal torment.
Sounds like a skill issue.
Strength of a mighty dragon, magnificent, but deadly. It's no surprise that dragon communion is ruinous.
Let's go check it out. Ritual of Dragon Communion. We can spend our Dragon Heart to get any of these 3 incantations. We don't have enough arcane to use any of them. So, and I don't plan to have enough arcane. So I probably won't ever end up using these. But all three of these incantations are pretty good, I can say. Dragonfire is really, really useful as an early spell navigating the overworld. Consumes a ton of FP when you use it, but what's great about it is it spreads fire across a huge area, so you can kill whole groups of enemies in one cast with it. And Dragon Maw is also a huge standout because it deals a ton of poise damage or stance damage to enemies, and it has a ton of hyper armor, so while the animation is happening, there's almost nothing in the game that can knock you out of it. You might take damage from getting hit while it's going on, but you won't get knocked out of this spell, so you can just trade really easily. Dragon Claw is like a lesser version of Dragon Maw with lower requirements. I don't think it's nearly as effective as a melee range or near melee range spell compared to Dragon Maw, but it is there as a cheaper one. So when I did my Dragon Communion playthrough, I went for Dragonfire first, and then with the second heart that I got, I went for Dragon Maw, and that turned out to be an excellent, excellent tool. Dragon Maw like in Fates. Yeah, but in this one, the Dragon Fang is good. Longhouse mentions, yeah, you can cast the basic Dragon Breaths on horseback too, so you can ride around and just cast Dragonfire while you're taking out enemy groups all over the overworld, and it's really convenient. And we'll go back. I don't believe Euro has any more dialogue after you've done Dragon Communion. Pretty sure.
You must not forget
Yeah.
those who part their hunger until the
There's one thing we have not done here in Lake Agheel, and that is clear these dragon-burnt ruins. Before I go any further, I'm going to change my talisman out. At the near side here, there's this closed off area that you can't get to except by jumping over the wall with Torrent. It's a bit of a secret area. Go down the stairs here, and you can reach a chest that has a twin blade. First one in the game. There aren't that many twin blades, so it takes a while to get another one. We could theoretically use that fairly early, because it only requires 18 dex. I've played with the twin blade a little bit. I don't love the moveset, at least by itself. Hear the nobles in these ruins chanting to agheel. Sorry I killed your god, guys. There's a martyr effigy at this wall, so activate another summoning pool here. By the way, that last dog we killed before this one, I guess my guard counters are really struggling here. The last dog we killed before this one had kind of reddish fur, and that indicates that it's a stronger one, which is why a single guard counter didn't kill it. Sorry, these guys don't even really want to fight me, but video game logic dictates that I murder you all. Okay, and then down in the cellar in the main part of the ruins, got a handful of rats. Oop, that's not what I intended to do. Thought I had my shield equipped. Okay, the katana guard counters are not great for short enemies. Open the chest here and... uh-oh. We have ended up all the way over outside the east boundary of Limgrave. Celia Crystal Tunnel. We could probably manage this area if, you know, I was really careful, but I'm just gonna flee. There are some Kindred of Rot, Kindred of Rot enemies around, but we've successfully snuck out without them attacking us, thankfully. So we are trapped, we can't warp anywhere, but as soon as we rest of the grace and exit this dungeon, we'll be able to back. That said, I think it's no fun to just, you know, teleport back to safe territory out of universe. That feels non-diegetic to me. So what we're actually going to do is run out here to the Swamp of Ionia, make our way back west to Limgrave as best we can. I'd rather not fight these marionettes, actually, but whatever. Ow. You can see the trail of this scarab. What I'm going to do is equip our gravitas weapon and then try to use that with its AoE to hit the scarab. Nice. New incantation, poison armament. There we go. This only requires 10 faith, so we could already use this as an alternative to our fire grease. And instead of putting extra fire damage on our weapon, it would imbue it with a poison effect that would build up, and then once you fill up the poison meter, the enemy will start taking damage over time. I don't think it's terribly effective, but it is an option. Such a high level area, even the scarabs are hard to kill. Keep going west, 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 west. Down in these ruins, we can find a chest that contains sorcery, Rock Sling. It's our first gravity sorcery. Of course, we're not an intelligence character, so we're never going to use this, but it's what's great about gravity sorceries is that they deal physical damage. So whereas almost every other sorcery will deal magic damage, that gives you an option for enemies who are resistant to magic. Really crucial if you're going to fight some of the sorcerer bosses in the game with only spells. I don't really need to fight those guys. We just found an outfit and a perfume bottle and an Ionian butterfly. Those are used for rot recipes of various kinds, and they don't respawn. Now over here we get the meteorite staff. That's a special glintstone staff that comes with S rank sorcery scaling, or intelligence scaling with intelligence rather. So it scales really nicely as you put points into intelligence, but it doesn't have any upgrades. It's like the only weapon in the game that can't be upgraded, I think. So it's useful early because it outperforms basically every other staff until you can get a reasonably high intelligence score with a reasonably high upgrade level. So the meteorite staff basically replaces any other option if you have the to use it in the early game. Yes, it is the Jagan staff. This ghost tells us about that he's seen a splendid blade dancing amongst the scarlet rot. Unclear exactly which splendid blade he's referring to. It could be two people that I can imagine. We will see a splendid blade dancing amongst the scarlet rot later, so it's probably the one who's still there, but it could be Malenia. Oh. Go ahead and rest to cure that poison. Alright, we're almost back to known territory, at least mapped territory. This is one of the funnier areas in the game to me, because there's this grace right here. And then we go up a few steps, we find a merchant.
Right this way. Welcome, valued customer. Come, trade in our wandering emporium. Please, buy something. I'm hungry. I've been hungry so long. Please?
Sorry about your hunger, man, but the problem is not much in this shop is really worth buying. It's consumables only, basically. And we don't really want to pay the price for those, so sorry, bud, you're gonna have to be hungry a little while longer. Anyway, if you go west from here, which we can read the sword monument. The Battle of Ionia. Radon and Malenia locked in stalemate. Then the scarlet rot blooms. So that whole tangled tree-looking thing, that was Malenia's bloom in the battle between her and Radon. And right up here is another side of grace. So it's two graces that are like 50 steps apart. Very bizarre. You can even see the other one from here. Right down there. I'll go ahead and spin my runes. Probably should have done that earlier. We want... Let's see, we're headed towards 25 vigor, and that'll be just enough. Great. So that'll raise our HP from 680 to 800. Very nice. Ash of War Lifesteal Fist is our first occult Ash of War, but it only works on fists and claws, and we don't have any fist or claw weapons, I believe. So we can't use that yet, even if we wanted to. I'm going to ride north along the road, well, off the road a little bit. I don't want to fight the on the road if I can avoid them. That brings us to yet another site of grace. How's the audio balance, by the way, everyone?
You, please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. Oh, bless you. Are you one for festivals or flowers? To the south, a grand festival to make the stars turn.
To the south, she says.
The heart and bud of a flower to be. But dare you enter into the heart of the scarlet rot?
Lady, I just came from there and I'm not ready yet. Gotta admit. Those are basically the two main story events in this area. The bud of the flower yet to be in the swamp, and then the festival to the south. But for now, we just want to get back to Limgrave. And check out what she was talking about, though. So, really to the southeast, there's Redmane Castle. That's where the festival will be. It looks like there's Fort Height down that way to the southwest past this other fort. So let's see if we can get back. It's the only obvious direction to go. Just as soon as we swing by this tree and grab an arterial leaf. So, to the southwest. First we have this campsite. A couple of Radon soldiers. I don't want to fight them all at once, so let's see if we can maybe pull a few of them separately. It didn't hit, but at least we didn't pull the Redmane Knight. Now, Redmane Knights are quite scary at this point. But let's test our metal, shall we? They have Lion's Claw as a skill that they can use. Got him. As long as we space them properly, we can take them down, no problem. Spear guy really was a problem, wrong house, you're right. Okay. Well, let's keep going southwest. Here we have a mad pumpkin head. Again, we probably don't want to fight this entire enemy group at once. Let's see what we can do about that. Got him separately. It's a miss. sneak up on the rest of these guys. I really don't want to have the sorcerers casting spells on me, so I'll take him out first. Now we can be dishonorable. Okay. I almost got everyone, just one last sorcerer. Shouldn't be a problem. I guess there are two. Ooh, a second glintstone staff that we'll never use. Much iframes from the crit, all calculated, baby. It's lucky that regular soldiers are pretty easy to stance break. A single jumping heavy attack won't do it, but following that with any other heavy attack will break their stance. Or a single charged R2 will do it. We've just gotten a somber smithing stone 4. We've never gotten a somber 2 or 3. But if we find those, we'll be able to get a pretty high powered somber weapon if we find one that we want to use. That guy had a horn, so we definitely wanted to kill him before he could alert literally everyone around here. Uh-oh. I hear the archer. We got our flask refill. That's nice. So there's a Redmane Knight who's now shooting arrows down at us. I'm going to try to circle around so I don't draw the attention of everyone else. And go get him. There's the knight up on that ledge. Goodbye. Really not what we wanted. I wanted him isolated, not down on the ground next to all these other soldiers. Oh well. The Unsheath R1 is somehow impeccable at missing things right in front of you. So true. Okay, well, the knight doesn't know we're here anymore. Sneak attack. Okay, one more unsheath. Should stance break, and then a kill. And we've cleared the way up to this fort. But unfortunately, it's kind of looking like there's no way down from here. Oof. Inside is locked. If we go around back, we can find... First off, this soldier guarding the back path. And we could take this ladder to get up inside, but actually we're more interested in just checking out what's on the grounds. Remember that note we bought last time about fire chariots? Well, I find this really finicky, but we might be able to pull off a plunging attack if we get this one to come back towards this ledge. Nope. Failed. Alas. If you manage to do that, then you will instantly kill the thing. Which is excellent. Oh, and I died. Got a bit greedy. I thought maybe the one chariot I was behind would block the one who was charging at me. But hey, that gives us another chance. Plunging attack, maybe? Check out the view. Man, Stormveil Castle looks big from here. Oh, failed it again. This area is scary because you've got all these flaming corpses that will explode on you in addition to the flame chariots. And we'll... Oop. The really important thing to grab is this incantation right here. Flame grant me strength. If you've got the faith for it, I think it's 15 required. It gives you a 30-second body buff. So, separate category from Golden Bow, which is an aura buff. That will increase your stamina regeneration by a bit and raise your fire and physical damage output by 20%. Which is a really strong effect. The duration's kind of disappointing. Only 30 seconds is not great, but aside from that, it's pretty awesome. I think a chariot did throw itself off the cliff, yes. Very kind of it. Alright, so that wasn't the smoothest, but we got the job done. And that's really what we came here for. We unfortunately did not find a way back to Limgrave. So we'll keep searching for that. Kind of annoying how hard it is sometimes to get the critical hit animation to start instead of just doing a regular attack. Uh-oh. How did that not hit? Game, hello. Miyazaki, fix this. Night Rain fixed it, so if you stance break someone, the next R1 will always be a riposte even if you're still in a combo. That's funny. Also in Night Rain, while you're in a critical hit animation, your teammates can still attack the enemy, right? Whereas both you and the enemy have iframes in Elden Ring. Call me a hacker because I'm cutting through these firewalls, baby. I didn't get the stance break there because I didn't have enough FP to do the heavy unsheath attack. You'd think these soldiers with shields would be more cautious about keeping that up in front of me. Okay, can we get redemption on one last attempt to do a plunging attack on a fire chariot? Maybe? I really don't know exactly what the detection area is or the timing. I've never quite worked it out. So. Where did that soldier go? Dang it. Oh well. Come on, charge at me. Oh boy. The last enemy! And I'm right next to a Grace too. I just want to show off the cool plunging attack game. Make it easy. There, okay. Who knew? If you swing way too early, it works. Double kill. Alrighty then. I see an invisible scarab. Ash of War, Flame of the Redmanes, our first fire skill. Not going to use that for now, probably. But there's a good number of enemies who are weak to fire, so that can be very helpful. In early patches, that skill was really, really busted because what it does is it sprays out some fire in a wide arc in front of you. And in early patches, that did 40 stance damage all by itself. Most bosses have either 80 or 120 stance damage, so you could just use that skill twice or maybe 3 times, and you would stance break them incredibly fast. There's a monstrous dog fighting some Radon soldiers and some stone diggers. I say let them fight. But our katana is not that well suited to fighting the stone diggers. Luckily, you don't have to use the katana. Still no Dorito shield after this much soldier massacre? No, I don't think so. There's never really much reason to bother with killing these slime things. They drop nothing worthwhile, and they also don't drop a lot of runes. So I really would have been better off just running through here, looting the sarcophaguses, and leaving. You may have noticed below us there was a camp site with some Radon soldiers. Ow. Showing off some real expert gameplay here. Rolling backwards into the spear, you know how it goes. Beautiful. I just died. Oh my god, I just died to the stupid soldiers. Sad. That's okay. If I go to the Grace, I can go and memorize Flame Grab Restoring, which I want anyway. Miyazaki, the Great Shield and Spear combo is way too OP, these patch. I'm also playing really dumb. Oh. Miyazaki, fix your hitboxes. Hey, got a shield. Okay, Gael Tunnel sounds promising. We've been there before. We went to the back end of this tunnel. Let us see. Here's a Somber 2. Now we're just looking for a Somber 3 and we can get to +4. Can we level up? Yes, quite a bit. 25 is a good amount of vigor for right now. So what I'll take is some strength, so we can use the mace we have, and well, hold on. Yeah, we'll take some strength first. A couple points in that, and then a couple more points in dex as well. Should be good. So with that, I'm going to replace my trusty sacred club. A nice sacred mace, let's say. I do want a strike weapon for this dungeon, so we'll use that. Didn't kill. Embarrassing. Big octopus. We are a little under-leveled for here, so we're not able to one-shot the little octopuses even with a charged R2. It's a little scary. The big one could be tough, but as long as we hit it in the beak and stun it quickly, we should be okay. I missed. There we go. So as long as I wait long enough for it to be vulnerable to damage again after the critical hit, then we can just stun lock it. Nice. Ow. As long as everything goes perfectly, there's nothing to worry about. Couldn't have said it better myself. Alright, we got the Cross Naginata, and that's, I think, going to be our early weapon of choice. It's a much longer version of our starting short spear that also has blood loss buildup built in, and a different moveset that I like better. The only trouble is its attribute requirements are a little bit high. We won't be able to use it quite yet, but we'll get there. We only have 13 strength and 16 dex. We need 16 strength and 20 dex. Oh, not want to wake that guy. He has a horn, so I have to take him out first, otherwise all the miners will start coming after me. Pickled Foulfoot to increase our rune gain, that's very nice. With Sacred Blade buff, we do one-shot the miners with the charged R2. Also helpful. And we got a pickaxe. Cool. Pickaxes are great hammers, but they're unique because they deal exclusively pierce damage, unlike basically every other great hammer, which I think all deal strike. So it has advantages against certain armored enemies and scaly enemies like dragons. Well, that could have gone better. Five Grace Mimics. All those do is set down something on the ground that looks like a site of grace. So they're, I guess, trick items for multiplayer, but other than that, they do nothing. The guy with the horn that alerts a single enemy. Yeah, I do like that soldier down there at the bottom of that ladder, because all it does is alert that one miner. So through the door, we found our good old friend Alexander.
Good lady, where did you spring from? This was supposed to be a dead end, I'm sure of it. What's going on here?
You have a fave weapon in Elden Ring?
Well, stranger things happen at sea.
I think overall, the single weapon, my favorite to use has been the Dark Moon Greatsword.
Suppose my
It's just got
calculations
everything.
were right.
It's
You should
got
head
status
this way,
build up,
friend.
it's got tons of damage, a ranged attack, very little FP cost. Works great. Tons of fun. But hey, we've opened the way.
To the festival at Redmane
Although I'm not really
Castle.
sure how Alexander is going to proceed. Yes, we've opened this door, but I don't know how he's going to fit through it.
Doesn't the thought just set your heart
And even if he does, there's no way up to the other side of the tunnel from here, but whatever.
Anytime I
Good luck,
saw the
buddy.
festival,
doesn't the thought
Here's the Moonveil Skull Goblin. That's fair. I honestly find katana, or the unsheath and unsheath equivalents, a little bit boring. But Moonveil is a fun weapon to use for sure. Oh yeah, let's level up. So we've opened the way. We could just run out the rear entrance and get back to Limgrave, but let's try our hand at the boss first. Let's take 17 dex, and then we'll put some points in mind and endurance, probably. You're going to try Sonaf? I'd like to try that as well. Before DLC, it was Uchi Katana Wronghouse, and after it was the normal Great Katana. I didn't use the Great Katana as much as maybe I should have in the DLC. I'd like to make some more use of that with this run, actually. You know, this being a dex build and all. Okay, for our boss here, let's get our short spear back out. And do I have... I do have several magic greases. Excellent. I don't want to use fire grease because this boss is very resistant to fire. So magic should work better. Also want to use Flame Grant Me Strength. I'm going to try to get my buffs in after I open these doors, which takes like 8 seconds or something stupid like that. So, Flame Grant Me Strength, Magic Grease, and get me out of here. Oh, okay, punished. Ow. I thought I was able to get Impaling Thrust off. Dodge to get around that spin attack, and now he's breathing magma backwards, so I'll just run around the side. Oop. Poke. I don't think I have time to do extra attacks, so we'll run around, get to the front. Get crit. Get my magic grease back on while he's getting back up. Charge attack. Miss. Ouch. Dang, that does a lot of damage. The Uchi Katana might honestly work better despite the fierce damage advantage, but we'll give this one more try. Not that way. I'll be less greedy about my buffs this time. Oh, there's a fog wall. Technically, I ought to be putting the grease on before the Flame Grant Me Strength, because Flame Grant Me Strength will run out before the grease does. Miyazaki, please. Okay. Ow. Got him again. Take a charged attack to the face, and then critical hit. We'll see if we can time a charge attack on the wake up better this time. Hey, we did it. Ow. No more flasks. Ow. Use my foul foot, 30% more runes, and we get Dragonheart and Moonveil. Sweet. Cool. So if I were an intelligence character, I'd be pretty happy to have that right now. The other important thing is we've gotten a Dragonheart, so we'll have good reason to head back to the Church of Dragon Communion real soon. Before I do, I've got an errand to run out this way. No, I didn't want to sit the grease again. Back in Limgrave. So good to be home. Might as well get extra points for my gold pickle foulfoot while I'm on the way. So, where we're headed right now is back to the Mistwood Ruins. We heard the Wolfman howling there, and we talked to Kale and got the gesture to summon him to get the Wolfman's attention, but we haven't gone back yet, so that's where we're gonna go. Don't mind me, Mr. Bear. Hello. Absolutely juked. That rune bear has glowing eyes, so if I killed it, you know what, this is absolute greed, but I have my gold pickled foulfoot on, so let me see if I can get big runes from killing it. I'm getting rocked. Dance break. And I'm not going to get to the crit. Boo. My output ran out right before the kill. Dang. Still 6,000 runes, not bad. Where were we? Off to the ruins. Hello, Mr. Wolfman.
Who goes there? Carly sent you, did he? Ever the bloody busybody.
Now this guy looks like a friend.
Maybe to him you don't seem so strange. The name's Blythe.
Nice armor, by the way.
For a man who goes by Darrowell. He fled somewhere nearby. Or so I've heard. Come tell me if you find him before I do.
God, you are
I
tall.
can offer
He's...
you ample reward.
He must be 10 feet.
Darrowell is nothing but a traitor, and in need of a fitting end to his tale.
Okay, go find a man called Darrowell and... Got it. One other point of business. We need to go over to Fort Height and check in with Kenneth, since he said he would meet us there and make us a knight. Kind of hot in GL. You say so. Yeah, I think I mentioned on the last stream, the tarnish is like 5'7". So no more ballisticians shooting at us, but this place is now full of demi-humans, and they will attack us on sight, which is something I complained about last stream, because it makes no sense for what's supposedly happening here. Hey, Kenneth.
Ah, you, is it? I suppose you must have seen it by now, yes. The sorry state of my fort? Oh, indeed, it is a foul fate for a land to be without a ruler. One must be found, with haste, and not that awful Godric, but a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
Someone else from the line of Godfrey, you think?
I'm sorry to have lifted your hopes, but I haven't the authority to raise you to knighthood as things stand.
What?
The great Kenneth Height issues his sincerest apology. But now, I must begin my search post-haste for a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
Kenneth, you see all this blood on me? Not mine. Just so you know. But we'll leave you be for now. We need to run over to the Church of Dragon Communion again. Or another spell that we probably won't use. But we did kill our second dragon boss already. And that means we can buy Dragon Maw in addition to Dragonfire. And it's sad because he isn't required for any other questline to finish since he doesn't give you a reward there and he drops a golden seed gun emoji. Yeah, I guess... Wait, do you need Kenneth alive to finish that part of Nepheli's questline? Or does that just happen without him? Since we met Blythe, we'll check in with Kale and tell him so.
Wait, weren't you... Well, you're back. Care to buy something? Ah, Then you met Blythe, did you? Wonderful. I'm glad I pointed you in his direction. He's boorish, blunt, and couldn't find his nose with both hands.
That's not a very kind thing to say about him.
He's a good egg. I think the two of you are sure to find the best in one another. Goodbye for now.
Okay, let's take our runes and level up some more. So it would be nice to have 16 mind, because then we could use heal 3 times without having to refill our flask. 3 uses of heal cost 96 FP, so 15 won't do it, but 16 will. So I think we'll go for that first, and then buff our endurance a little bit more, and then go for some more strength and dexterity, so we can use our cross naginata. Also, need to change the time to night. We've cleared absolutely everything in Limgrave now, I'm pretty sure, except 2 bosses who are sort of out in the field. Well, a couple bosses out in the field. Okay, 2 Evergaol bosses and 1 field boss, I suppose you might say. So there's a Knight's Cavalry patrolling this bridge, which we're about to take out, and then we'll go find that guy Darrowell that Blythe was talking about. You people are too enthusiastic about murdering NPCs. Just because he gives you a golden sea that you wouldn't get otherwise. I would never do such a thing. For an item that I couldn't get any other way. Okay, let's go grease. And grant me strength, which does improve the damage of our grease very nicely. Knight's Cavalry, looking like a tree sentinel or something. But sir, I know tree sentinel. And you are no tree sentinel. Damn. Didn't see the tree sentinel getting knocked off his horse, did you? Ash of War repeating thrust. That could be pretty good on our cross naginata, because it hits multiple times. And the Naginata has bleed buildup, so we could use that to maybe get that status proc faster. I don't really want to fight the caravan again. Could have just warped to the next grace, but eh. In fact, I'll probably sit at it anyway, because I want to refill my flask of wondrous physic. Okay, well, we went by the Forlorn Hound Evergaol before, and I guess Blythe didn't tell us that Darrowell is anything other than a regular man, but he is a wolf man. So a Forlorn Hound Evergaol sounds like the place to find him. Hello, Blythe. This fight is pretty fun with the NPC
Nothing in this
cooperator.
cell is no true justice. No. This is where it ends for you.
Golden Vow does apply to my teammates, which is cool. Absolutely wrecked. So we got Bloodhound's Fang. Rather famous weapon. That's a curved greatsword that also has innate bleed buildup. And in fact, a bonus to jumping attacks too. And a really strong skill that has invincibility frames. You hit and dodge backwards, then you can follow up with another attack where you teleport forwards and deal a lot of damage on the follow-up. I might make some use of this. It'll work really well for our build. I don't want to do everything with Bloodhound's Fang though, because I think that's a little bit boring. But it is very nice. What's great about Bloodhound's Fang is on top of its skill and general good stats is it's one of the very few somber upgrade weapons that you can infuse with greases, or you can buff with greases or scholar's armament or things like that. So you can enhance its blood buildup with blood grease or another weapon enchantment that we'll get later. So that can make it very strong.
Right. There you are. Had to work for it, but it's done. Don't say I'm not a man of my word. Here's your prize.
Thank you, Blythe.
Oh yes. I should say, if you venture north to Rea Lucaria and come across a venerable blacksmith who's a little on the large side, tell him I sent you, and he'll be sure to treat you right. I owe you.
There are other buffable somber weapons. There are other buffable weapons that have unique skills. I'm not sure which of them are somber weapon upgrades. I think Vare's Bouquet is actually one, but it's really bad, unlike Bloodhound's Fang.
That's enough chit-chat for now. It's time we parted ways.
Okay, let's part ways, but Blythe has given us a recommendation to visit EG when we get to Rea Lucaria, so we'll keep that in mind. One last order of business down here in southern Limgrave is up on this ledge east of the Grace. There's this single wandering noble just standing here. Turns out there's more to him than meets the eye. As he is in fact a rune bear. The terrain makes it easier to cheese this rune bear than a lot of others. You can get up on some high places and just cast spells. But I think we have what we need to just fight him straight up, let's say. Yeah. So that's our first example of a disguised enemy. And those all drop larval tears, which you can use to respec later. And now, finally, it's time to cross the bridge and head to the Weeping Peninsula. Gotta watch out for the ballista. Nice team kill. That was funny. I got this guy, so oblivious. And these two just forgot that I came in. Weeping Peninsula. This weather really sets the tone here, don't you think?
Hello? Is somebody there? Might I bend your ear for a moment, please? My name is Irina. I've escaped from Castle Morne to the south. The servants there have rebelled. I can't be sure what it is. My eyesight's been weak since birth, you see. But I
Same here, sister. Well,
howling from all over.
maybe not
My
since
good
birth.
father secreted me out the castle, but decided to
That line read makes me laugh because
He says it's his duty.
the actress or the voice director, I guess both, misunderstood secreted and said secreted, which is a homonym, but it means something very different.
I fear for father's life. The servants are full wrath, filled with hatred for every one of us. They've since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. They haven't spared a soul. I fear it's no different at Castle Morne. Please, I implore you, would you mind taking a letter to my father?
You're a noble, and all the servants at your castle rebelled and murdered everyone.
Even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe. Thank you.
Okay.
Dearly. Then please, take this. Deliver it to my father, who remains in the castle, if you please.
Off to the castle then. Hey, I got my taco shield. Oh, I thought I had that lined up. Weeping Peninsula is scaled slightly higher than Limgrave, so there may be some enemies that we could one-shot in Limgrave that we won't be able to one-shot here, but we do have a +4 weapon. That's pretty respectable. This carriage has a Morning Star, which is very much like the mace we bought at the Roundtable Hold. It's another hammer, but this one has an 8 bleed. Very nice. Don't mind me, I'm not here. So, chat, when you guys, for those of you who played this game, did you come down here to Weeping Peninsula pretty quickly in your first playthrough, or did it take a while? 'Cause I know there are some people who like basically never bothered coming out here, didn't even know it existed until they beat the game. I think it's kind of funny. I'm not going to, well, I don't want to fight this Knight's Cavalry until after I rest at the Grace, so we'll do that.
or selling?
I'm buying. But maybe also selling. I want your smithing stones. I want your smithing stone 2. I want your crackpot. Nice cheap stone sword key. We'll take the bastard sword. Shields aren't, and the crossbow aren't really that good for us. I want to make sure I get this note. And let's just buy out the armor in case we want it. And oh, this way, let's take the shield too. Iron gauntlets really aren't an improvement on our chain gauntlets, actually. The chain leggings are, let's see, those are the leather trousers we just bought. They're also not an improvement on the chain leggings. Huh. I like the chitin ones. Okay. You looked up so much stuff beforehand, so you just came here straight away. That wasn't exactly what I did, but I did know that Weeping Peninsula was really good for getting upgrade materials for your flask, so I did prioritize it. But I did most of Limgrave before I came here myself. It's raining, so my fire damage is going to get debuffed a little, but I think we'll be alright. 10% less. And that cost me the kill on the horse right now. But that's no problem. Cool. I'm going to use a gold pickled fowlfoot for the extra runes, and then sit at the grace. Got a Night Rider flail, which could be useful. That's an upgrade to the regular flail we got at the gate front. It requires 24 dex instead of 18, but it is stronger. Right now, I want to sacred. Yeah. Run down this way. Map. Check out that golem shooting arrows at us. Jump up here. Golden seed. And then hopefully don't get wrecked by the golem or the bats while we take on another Deathbed. Thank you, Deathbed, for killing the bats for us. Nice. Okay, 2 bosses with 1 foul-foot. Not bad. That Deathbed drops the sacrificial axe, which is a kind of cool weapon. It's not that good as a weapon per se, I would say, but while it's held in either hand, anytime you kill an enemy, you'll regain a bit of FP. Nice. Well played. Don't need my mace anymore, so back to the Uchi-Katana. Got an item drop from the golem. Great arrows. Okay. That guy does not respawn, luckily, so we don't have to deal with it again. I'm gonna run inside and grab this grace so we have it, but I do want to explore the grounds a little bit more before we enter Castle Morne. We're at the side of the castle. You can find Atrina's lily by the cliffside. And then we can read about the battles that happened here in the Weeping Peninsula. The Siege of Castle Morne. A lone hero fights for his vengeance, only to fall at the hand of Lord Godfrey. Themes of revenge around here. This isn't our first poison swamp of the game, because we did go to Swamp of Ionia first, but here's your introduction to them. You stayed in the starting areas. I do not think it's worth fighting anything around here. Teleporting scarab. A lot of them will teleport before you get to them. This one is possible to hit with a melee weapon if you're quick enough. And so we did. That's our second poison incantation. We got poison armament, and then poison mist just sprays out a mist in front of you that lingers for a little while and builds up poison. This is our first misbegotten enemy. And this exact kind actually shows up as a boss later, funnily enough. That's the last thing to grab out here. Yeah. So let's go to Castle Morne Lift. I don't know how you would get away with building a castle this tall. Like it's so impractical, and every good you deliver has to be hauled up this elevator. No one said the world design had to be terribly logical. With the benefit of foresight, I'm going to send the elevator back down and then move on. I'm going to try to be pretty methodical in this area because there's a lot of enemies around here on this huge corpse pile, and if we aggro them all at once, they could be a problem. Classic miss. To skirt around and not fight the misbegotten just yet. Sneak up on this mad pumpkin head and We get 2 charged attacks in, we should be able to stance break before it really gets up. Nice. You know, come to think of it, it would be nice to have Flame Sling instead of Catch Flame for a ranged option. Oops. Hey Nova, that's just good timing. Great minds think alike. So what I would like to do is pull some of these Misbegotten separately from the group with some ranged attacks. Since it is nighttime, they're not detecting me as easily, which is helpful. And I do one-shot them with Unsheathed, which is also very helpful. Let me see about... am I overloaded if I carry a bow? No. Nice. Great arrows, but I guess I only have the 5 fire arrows. Let's put our regular arrows should be R1 now. What starting class? No, I did not go Samurai. I went with Prophet. With the idea of making what is basically a Samurai style build, but with a little bit more use of some helpful incantations. And Prophet is the ideal class for what I'm trying to do. These big Misbegotten, the scaly Misbegotten with their giant axes are tough, not because they're really that dangerous all by themselves, but they make big sweeping attacks and they're hard to knock out of those attacks. And they're a classic example of an enemy in this game that does huge wind-up and then lays their attack for a long time, so it's kind of difficult to get the dodge timing right. Nice and clean. More fire grease. So Dex and some faith means you have the power of God and anime on your side. I suppose that does. I'm not certain yet, but I think we'll be, for at least a little while in the mid-game times, we'll be raising our faith higher than our Dex for a bit. So I suppose you could say we have more God than anime, but then anime will catch up. Now, we could have tried to intervene there to save that poor Godric soldier, but there is no gratitude in this world for that kind of rescue, as we'll see in this engagement up here, sadly. Ow. Wasn't expecting that. See, we kill that Misbegotten this guard was fighting, and he just instantly turns on us. No one practice manners anymore. iron cleavers. Wow. Unsheathed is such a beautiful counter to their jump attacks. Thought you needed 20 decks for the Naginata at least before you go like Golden Vow Faith. Yes, I do. The steel wire torch that we just got, I think, does more damage than the regular torch. It also weighs more, and otherwise it's not really any more useful, so I doubt we'll ever use that. That flying misbegotten just fell off and died in the courtyard. That was funny. And so long to that one too. Ouch. Who's that handsome fella? Smile. Couple more smithing stones too. If we collect everything, we should get 14 rank 2 smithing stones before we go to Castle Stormveil. And that will mean we'll have enough to raise one weapon to +6, which I plan to be the cross naginata, and one weapon to +4, which is already our Uchigatana. And then in Castle Stormveil, we'll get a couple more 2s, but also 2 level 3 smithing stones, so we'll be able to raise our +6 weapon to +7. Yeah, no gratitude in this world. Hello.
There's a face I've not seen before. I'm Edgar.
My god, it's the one soldier of Godric who's not out here to kill us for no reason.
How things have turned out. The menials have all rebelled. They gave me good service, or so I thought. But it seems it was all an act. Foul creatures, as it said, and true enough, they're foul inside and out. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but whatever you come here to do, I'm afraid Castle Morne won't hold much longer. Take this, by way of apology.
Sacrificial twig? Gee, thanks.
I see. From Irina. Thank you. I'm in your debt.
She wants you to leave the castle and be with her, man.
As commander, I must remain to ensure the treasured sword of Morne does not fall into the wrong hands. If you see Irina, do tell her that her father will come for her once he's fulfilled his duty.
Well, all right, dude. I don't think there's much hope for the castle garrison. I think I just killed the last of it. But we'll see what we can do about that sword. No, well, I will get some use out of sacrificial twigs, that's for sure. Not for avoiding rune losses from dying in normal combat, but maybe in other situations. So there's one thing that really annoys me about the map design in this area, and that is you've got this grace behind the castle, literally called behind the castle. To get to it, you have to jump over that wall or up from the ramparts above. And you can't get back. So then if you want to return to Edgar later for some reason, you can't come from a convenient grace. You have to come from the very beginning of the castle, ride the elevator up, go across the courtyard again, climb up the ladders, get on top of the ramparts again, and then circle around. And it just seems unnecessary to me. Too many steps. I can level up too, so I should do that. So we got our 16 mind. We'll grab a little bit of endurance. Yes, one of the things I was planning to use the sacrificial twig for was at the bestial sanctum if I got stuck in combat and couldn't kill the enemy that was chasing me. But luckily that didn't happen. Also, what in the world is the logic of this whole castle? Not only is it insanely tall, you got this whole back section with, near as I can tell, no way to get back to the top. This is actually one of a couple places in the game where there is literally no physical way to make your way back to the main part of the overworld without teleporting. This noble was imprisoned. He's terrified of getting eaten by the hideous mongrels. Not because of the dying and everything, but just because it would be so disgraceful. I don't think things worked out for you, buddy. Sorry. This is some elite stealth right here. Watch this. Circle around. And then he sees us anyway. See what I mean about delayed attacks, though? Here is a talisman, the Twin Blade Talisman. That increases the attack power of the final attack in an attack chain by, I think, 45%, which sounds pretty good. I think it only applies to the light attack chain. Could be wrong about that, but I think that's right. And light attack chains for most weapons are like 4 or 5 or 6 attacks long. So you only get the benefit if you have the opportunity to hit that entire chain without getting knocked out of it, which is more difficult than you might think. There are a couple of specialized loadouts that can get more advantage from that because they can get to their final attack in the sequence faster with certain input combinations, but there aren't that many as far as I understand. There's smithing stone 2, very nice. Down here there's a bunch of rats and a misbegotten. The rats are scarier than the misbegotten. And I missed. Whip is kind of strike weapon. We could use it. It's a dex-based thing. I don't really like using whips. I tried them briefly, and they don't have a lot of hits done. I think it's hard to... Their combos feel really awkward. They do have good range, but I just don't feel like they work all that well as weapons. They don't have access to very many skills. And yeah, mostly I just don't like them. Flails are kind of tough as your dex-based strike weapon option. Whips to me feel way worse. Yes, wrong house. Also, they can't do... You can't perform any kind of critical hit with the whip. No backstab, no crits from the front either. Out of stamina. Ow. It can't be parried, that is true. How many enemies in PvE can parry you? There's one really prominent example, but I don't think there are very many. Nice fire arrows there. Hello, jellyfish. See, they have enough realism to put this disgusting sewage flowing down from this hole in the side of the castle, but not enough realism to put any kind of elevator or stairway or anything back up from this side of the castle. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You can see the boss from here. Look at that guy. Here's Edgar's summon sign. Fun fact about Castellan Edgar. He has a unique Banished Knight's armor chest piece. You can get one very late in the game that looks a lot like this one, but it has a horn thing on one shoulder pauldron, and Edgar's does not. Golden Vow going. Fire Grease. Then grant me strength. Get our mana back. Two-hander weapon, and let's go. Good work, Edgar. Sweet. We get the Grafted Blade Greatsword, our first legendary weapon. This is the Sword of Morne, apparently. I don't really understand why they didn't let the Leonine Misbegotten wield that in battle. There are examples of other Misbegotten warriors later in the game who actually have different swords that they drop. but that one just has the regular iron greatsword, the generic sword, instead of properly wielding that sword that we just got. This is, I think, a missed opportunity. Anyhow, got to go back to go see Edgar again now that we've recovered the sword. And literally, there is no way to get back out of here other than by teleporting. There's not even that like teleportation stream thing, like vertical vigil or whatever it is that you can touch in most dungeons to work back. You have to get out the map, teleport to a grace. Unfortunately, that means all the creatures have to be revived, even if you take this whole dungeon without resting anywhere else. Lucky for us, there is a bit of a shortcut to get back to Edgar slightly more quickly. If we come down this back alleyway, I suppose you could call it, we can get up to the section that had the first couple of flying misbegotten without having to go all the way around through the armory again. Oh, that poor guy fell off again. Ouch. Did the other one die too? Did they both fall? Oh no, that one fell down there. Well, have fun there, buddy. Okay, Edgar, we've got the sword.
I'm in your debt for keeping the sword from those fallen creatures. I'm no longer bound by duty. Once I've rescued Irina, I will spend my remaining days...
Funnily enough, we don't even have to give it back to him. He'll just let us keep it. So, thanks, dude. Yeah, you go back to your daughter. You really should catch up with her.
Irina has a gentle nature, though. I only hope it remains intact.
Let's go get some upgrades.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms then.
So we still don't have the stats to wield it yet, but I'm going to go ahead and invest in that cross naginata. We've got plenty of smithing stones, 1. And then we have almost enough 2s to get it to +6. On top of that, since we do have enough level 1 smithing stones to upgrade something else, I'm going to put some... let me think. I do generally prefer the Morningstar, but I think I'll upgrade the flail as our early strike weapon. The nice thing about flails is even though in a lot of cases they're kind of tough as weapons, they work really well on horseback. We could go for the Knight Rider Flail as well, but we're not going to have 24 decks for a little while yet. I think could do it, but I'll take the regular Flail right now. We'll have that online sooner. Okay. Well, that does it for this southern tip of Weeping Peninsula, but we have all of this area and this western part to go to. So let's check that out. Not quite enough runes to level up anymore. That great turtle shell. I think it's a great shield. Or is it a medium shield? No, it's just a medium shield. When you wear it, it gives you extra stamina recovery. I think it looks hideous though, so no thank you. Tower is sealed, and this booklet here says seek 3 wise beasts. One of them seems to be right over there. Hello. And then another right on this path. The third one's a bit trickier to find, but if we run over to this pond, notice some weird splashing in the middle. Great for TMNT character builds, though, no doubt. If you want to be a Ninja Turtle, that's the shield for you. There's a different version of that turtle shield in every game. It makes a lot of sense. Is it always like turtle-ish? Or is it just a different shield that has that same effect? It's our second memory stone, so we have a 4th spell slot now, which we'll fill in a second. Also, over on the flip side here, we can see a sundial. Go grab that. Ah, the Great Sea. It just looks like a shield in Dark Souls games. That's probably more attractive than... Memorize spell. We'll put on Flame Sling now. And I like having the buff stuff in the last slots because you don't really need quick access to them. So what I prefer is use your buffs, and then you could hit up on the D-pad once to get, or just a couple times to quickly get back to your other spells. That does make it annoying having to shuffle spells around every time you get a new slot, but that's the price you pay. Ahead of us, we've got this field with a bunch of craters and this weird wormhole thing. Another Alabaster Lord, like the one we fought on the seaside at Limgrave. There's absolutely no reward for fighting that guy, though. Just your first taste of gravity enemies, I suppose. There aren't that many of them in the game. In fact, there's only one other area I can think of where you find these gravity minor enemies. And yeah, there's nothing at all to pick up from that fight. Just there. We know what this is. That means more catacombs nearby. Great dragonflies are really not worth the trouble of fighting. Unless they're just lying here. The only real reason you care about killing dragonflies is their heads are used in certain boluses to, like the ones that cure poison. So if you want those, you need to craft more of them. You will need some dragonfly heads. You could argue that Radon is the most prominent gravity enemy, that of the Estelle family bosses. Yes. But I meant like not... Yes, there are more gravity type enemies than just the Alabaster Lords and the gravity miners, but those miners in particular are what I was talking about. They don't really show up much of anywhere. This is a place with some imps. Let's take our mace. Goodbye. Those two might have dropped something. We'll never know. Was ambitious. Okay. Mace guard counter, not very good against imps. Problem with hammers. The range sucks. Alabaster Lords are silly because you can tap R2 just to unlock them with great swords. Yeah, it's great. They have like no poise. Beautiful. This is a trap for sure. Yep. Do kind of trap. See those spikes in the ceiling? See this floor? Those two things are not friendly. Send the trap floor up. We can go under it. First Ghost Glove worked too. There's a bunch of items down here. These zombies just respawn forever, so I guess theoretically we could farm runes from them, but that does not seem very fun. Here's Boss Lover. And back to the boss door. I've got full flasks, so I guess I'll just go straight to the boss room. This is my least favorite catacomb in the whole game, I think, because of this boss fight. It's another erdtree burial watchdog, but it's a watchdog who is supported by like 5 imps, and they are a nightmare. Let's see if we can quickly run down a couple of them. It's one killed. And if the watchdog did friendly fire, that would be one thing, but it doesn't. So we can't rely on that to eventually take down the imps for us. We have to go clear them. I suppose you could try to ignore the imps, but that seems like a recipe for disaster. Oh. Ow. Oh, God. Okay. Well, imp's down. That was not worth it. And I sucked at the timing. Okay, fire breath gives me an opportunity to heal, though. Okay. Well, that was tough, but we got through it. If you have a +8 weapon, you can Stormblade to one-shot the imps. Oh. So then, yeah, to get the weapon Rogier gives you, you have to beat Godric first, so that's kind of putting the cart before the horse. Anyhow, that's the east side of Weeping Peninsula done. Atlas, you hate the French folk hero's grave and the chariot. I think that's really fun, honestly. Oh, it was extremely frustrating the first time I went through there. I had no idea what to do. But I think it's neat now. Nova, you mentioned the friendly fire with the Burial Watchdog. I'm aware of that. Sadly, we don't have access to those resources yet. We'd have to go to Liurnia first, which honestly would be nice to have, but we'll have another opportunity to use those in a Burial Watchdog fight. The Banished Knight at the end of the dungeon was the toughest. They are very scary in that dungeon. Oh no, not another dragonfly. Yes. Latrina's lily. Take this skull. Let's grab this grace. But there are other hypno roses in Limgrave behind the drop of the Church of Pilgrimage. Can you use those on watchdogs? Oh, can I level up? Yes. Do that. one more point in endurance, and then we'll go for some more strength and dex. Check out this group of demi-humans here. Hello? How come when I'm facing the ballistas, they're such excellent shots and they can't hit these demi-humans? Please. Oh well. We get a hand ballista, which is a ballista weapon. I've never ever used these once. Probably won't on this playthrough either. If we go around to the north side of this tower, I want to drop down this, and then this way, and behind that pillar there's a Trina's Lily. Now we can make our way up this ledge, and we're back to the Grace here at the Bridge of Sacrifice. Let's go meet up with Edgar and Irina. Oh. Oh no.
Irina, how could this be? My daughter deserved better. The fault lies with me. I chose duty over my daughter's safety. And that is how fate has answered. I'll find them. The foul wretches responsible for this. I'll hunt them down and exterminate every last one of them. Rest assured, Irina, it will be done.
Right there with you, man. I too think you nobles deserve to have those misbegotten slaves, and this was a terrible injustice that was done upon you. I always love the "she's dead" message. Let's just work back to the Rampart Grace. Now we want to go this way. You can get on top of the outer walls here, but I don't think there's anything up there, which is slightly disappointing. Just another way into this area past the ramparts, I suppose. Other than the obvious way from the front. These rats have flaming eyes. Eyes of yellow, you might say. And they inflict madness buildup when they hit you. Lovely. Eyes of yellow are used in crafting recipes related to madness. They're another one of those items that you can only find a limited number of times. I think they do drop from some enemy somewhere, but I don't know what. I think Flamecrest wooden shield has a bit of lore on it. Carried by soldiers of the village that is afflicted by frenzy. The yellow flame is a symbol of the affliction, serving as a warning to those who might approach the village. Well, too late for that. A lot of these villagers aren't very responsive because they're in that insanity pose where they're clutching at their eyeballs, but they will, of course, wake up if you make noises near them. Inside the church, we've got a bunch of rats. And the Flame of Frenzy. It's a really nice spell, actually. It inflicts a madness on you, which is a bit of a drag, but it's a nice early AoE attack that does a good amount of damage, and also stance damage. If you can get all the different flames from the big spray to hit the same enemy, it'll break their stance pretty fast. With our new sacred tier, we can raise our flasks to level 2 or +2, and that means actually one cerulean flask is enough to fill our entire FP bar. We've gotten our mind up to 100, so our max FP is 100, or mind up to 16, so our max FP is 100. But the level 1 flask only restores 95 FP. Now we can refill completely, and that means we will get our full 3 heals out of that flask if we choose to use it that way. And level up. We'll just keep going. I'll memorize the Flame of Frenzy too, I think. Now here's a secret area. If you go over this way, there's this higher ledge, the south end of this canyon, that you can only reach by dropping down from above. And it's got a scarab with an incantation and some bats. The bats are quite scary. That was ill-advised. There we go. I'll try to pick off a few of them before we get close enough to scare off the scarab. But that's the troublesome thing, is you kind of have to dash through at some point to make sure you kill the scarab and get the incantation it carries, and at that point all the bats will swarm you. And that can mean trouble. They could try to use gravitas to take down the bats as well. Oh, miss. Not working too badly right now. think if I'm just... Come on. Throw a little higher. You're kidding. Thank you. Okay. Let's go get the scarab. So Lightning Strike is the very first lightning incantation in the game. Well, technically it always depends on which route you take, but it's the one in the lowest level area. You really don't get access to much lightning stuff until you get to the Altus Plateau. So it's nice to have something early if you want to do a pure lightning thing. But Lightning Strike by itself, I believe, requires 27 faith, so it takes quite a while. 28 faith, so it takes quite a while to get to that threshold. Now, it is possible to get down from here safely. This is normally a lethal drop, but if you get to this... Oop, not where I wanted to go. If you get to this narrow kind of ledge or indentation in the wall, that is safe ground. And then you can drop down from there. Where's this cave? More stone diggers in here, so let's equip our mace. Rolling under that guy did not work. I went for the Charge Dart 2 instead of the Backstab on that Misbegotten because it would let me out of the animation faster, so I could try to kill another Misbegotten before they'd both woken up. Lovely Exalted Flesh. Now, since we have access to Flame Grant Me Strength, Exalted Flesh is basically outclassed. It does last longer, I believe, but it's just a 20% physical damage boost. Whereas Flame Grant Me Strength is the same 20% physical damage and also 20% fire damage if you're using that. And a stamina regen boost on top of that. So, the item-based body buffs I think are most useful if you're on a build that isn't using, isn't investing in any faith. So maybe if you're a prisoner or an astrologer and you're doing pure int stuff, then they make a lot of sense. Or, you know, just any build where you're refusing to put the points you need in to get the basic incantations. which is, in my opinion, a respectable choice. One thing I thought about doing for this run was just taking Samurai and not getting any intelligence or faith or arcane. Just, you know, play as John Elden Ring. But I enjoyed having the basic support incantations. Makes the gameplay feel a little bit more dynamic, I think. Morne Tunnel honestly feels less significant than I think it should be, because it only has level 1 smithing stones and somber smithing stones. If it had also supplied a bunch of level 2 ones, that would be pretty nice. But alas. Hey TJ, glad to have you here. Sorry you didn't see it. It's okay. You missed Agheel and you missed Castle Morne. Oh, and you missed our adventure through Caelid. Trying to get back to Limgrave. But you're here in time for the western half of the Weeping Peninsula. I really don't need to do the entire buff routine for this boss. It's just another Scaly Misbegotten. With a little bit more health than normal Scalies, but other than that, not a lot going on. Ow. Never really got this time that. It is nice that Unsheath, the heavy one, is capable of breaking the Misbegotten's poise and interrupting their attacks. That's helpful. Rusted Anchor is another cool weapon for strength builds because it's a great axe. So we got our pickaxe, I think. We got that drop that was a great hammer that does pierce damage. I don't want to find it, but the Rusted Anchor is a great axe that does pierce damage, and that's really awesome. Again, for certain kinds of enemies, especially dragons. Out of Morne Tunnel. It is still raining. Got a Trina's Lily up on that ledge that we can drop down using the Spirit Spring. Behind the Mirandas, there's another corpse. I do not want to fight a giant group of multiple Miranda flowers, no thank you, so I'm just gonna hightail it out of there. And find these corpses. Oh, it's a trap. And their items are useless. Hey, another rickety shield. It's my third one. These are the demi-human forest ruins, and inside, over on this end, we've got a demi-human chief, like the two that we fought in the seaside cave in Limgrave. Now it's just a mini-boss. Like the Dragonburnt ruins, there's another closed-off interior area with a cellar. Down here, there's another chest. String isn't useless until the DLC finally sold us string. True. If you're really into the drawstring weapon greases in particular, that's kind of essential, and there was no really convenient source of more string other than just random drops from demi-humans until the DLC provided a bell bearing that will let you buy that, thankfully. One thing that would have been appealing about the absolutely no magic character build is then you would have real reason to make use of all the different consumables in the game, which can be fun in its own way, I think. This church area has another mini-boss. A demi-human queen. Not an official boss. Close enough. Now we learned from that note we bought that if you take out the demi-human leader, then all the rest will cower. And that is true. They will run away in fear. That demi-human queen dropped the demi-human queen staff, which is the best scaling upgradable staff for low intelligence levels. The thing is, usually on a character that cares a lot about sorceries, you'll be putting a reasonable amount of your attribute points into intelligence. And when you do that, normally, yes, for a given amount of intelligence, the demi-human queen staff will be stronger than the meteorite staff that we got in the Swamp of Ionia if you upgraded it enough. But the rate at which you can increase your intelligence and get more out of the high sorcery scaling on the meteorite staff is faster normally than the rate at which you can get upgrade materials for the demi-human queen staff. Though in practice, the meteorite staff tends to be the better one even at low intelligence, low-ish intelligence levels. We just got the Faith Knot crystal here. That will, if we put that in our Flask of Wondrous Physic, it'll raise our faith by 10 per 3 minutes. Actually a very useful thing. Even for us with our reasonable amount of faith already. Because without putting any more points into faith, if we just use that Faith Knot crystal tier, we can access all the really important support incantations from our base faith, which is cool. This wandering noble spirit will just shamble its way over to this cliffside here to tell us that there is a dungeon to be found down this way. We could have caught sight of it from when we were over on that ledge, over in Limgrave, that ledge where we could have jumped down by the demi-human ruins. Could have seen this from here. Where we go in, there is an item. And it is booby-trapped. We can break the trap by killing the Misbegotten first. Now follow the trail into the cave. Hello, friend. Thank you. Level up. All right. At this point, I'm going to go for strength for a bit. In here, you can see this circular area in the floor with all the cracks in it. That will crumble beneath you if you walk on it, but you can go around to get to this chest. See a giant rat here? I try. Oh, that worked okay, I suppose. Would have been nice to hit 2 of the small rats with the Flame of Frenzy, but took down the big one. we go. Okay. And here's our next boss. This is everyone's favorite boss in the whole game, I'm pretty sure. Our flask, golden bow. Switch weapons, put our fire grease on. Flame grant me strength. Refill flask, and let's go in. It's a rune bear. I think that would have gotten a stance break if I'd hit the jump attack. And I think all my stance pressure just went away. Damn. Oh, maybe not. Not too bad. Spelldrake Talisman. Now we've gotten the physical resistance, magic resistance, fire resistance, and holy resistance talisman. We're just missing the lightning resistance one. And we're done here. Pretty short and sweet. So that clears out this whole central valley in the Weeping Peninsula, and now we're just going to do west side. To get there, we're going to cross the bridge. We went under where all the giant Mirandas were. That is west of here. Godric version is possibly the most useful because the next major area is magic theme, unlike the other Drake talismans. True. There's a little bit of a fire theme in Caelid, I suppose, but not so much of it that it's super prominent. Ooh, free dagger. The lightning one doesn't really become a thing until Altus, and even then, there aren't that many lightning enemies in the game. The ancient dragons, I suppose. The chief lightning enemies. These erdtree guardians can drop their sword spear, which is a really, really good dex weapon. So I'm not going to try to farm for that yet, I suppose. But if we get the drop, that would be amazing. Well, you love to see the golden eyes for quintuple runes, but when it's on a wandering noble who gives you 20 by default, it's not that inspiring. Oh, hello. Commoner sitting in a chair. The mausoleum prowls, cradling the soulless demigod. O Marika, Queen Eternal, he is your unwanted child. If we take that literally, I suppose that means all the corpses stored in the Wandering Mausoleums are more of Marika's demigod children that have already died, which is interesting for its lore implications. As there is one prominent demigod who was the first to die. Well, mostly die. We just picked up our third sacred tier, so we can increase our flask power to +3. We also got 5 golden centipedes. That's another material, like the Ionian butterflies, that can be used for crafting, and I think it's mostly holy related recipes, and they do not respawn. Also at the Grace, we can talk to Melina.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you?
Yeah, I'll listen.
In Marika's own words, then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed.
We heard her command to go to lead the lands between. She stripped the tarnished Godfrey's warriors of their grace, and now she's saying after they die in those other lands, she'll bring them back here and get back their grace so they can return, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring. So we're one of those warriors she's summoned back. Can I level up? I don't think so.
Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment.
I think it's really cool how my character's hair drapes over the left side of that. The blindfold. Such a great look.
You would follow.
All right. No luck with the levels right now. Check out the grounds of the church a little bit. There's this bandit here who has two bandit skeleton. There's two bandits curved swords. Those are really nice curved swords, but no drop. My understanding is it has a chance to drop twice because it has two of them, but I don't know if that's actually true. Because that guy's just right there, right outside the church, this is supposed to be the best place to farm those if you want them. Atlas says, I think the story implies that Marika knew, or at least accounted for, the Shattering and banished Godfrey and the Tarnished specifically to have them come back and do what we do in the game. Yeah, I think you basically have the right of it. I mean, we'll learn more about this, but I think the game makes pretty clear eventually that the Shattering... Yes, there were other people involved in the plot, but secretly it was Marika's intention all along. I'm going to drop down to this ledge behind the church, because down here we can get some neat items. They were already mentioned in chat a little while ago. I did not know about this in my first playthrough. I saw someone grab these at some point and I was just astonished. Why? Who would put this here? And goodbye whatever item that was. Probably a golden rune. Wow, that was not aimed the way I wanted to. Well, there's madness. Oops. I realized I was about to go mad right after I put the input to use that spell again. So madness drains, hurts you and drains a bunch of your FP. Same time. What we just got is a trio of bewitching branches. You can hit an enemy with these. You like at melee range, you just use this item and you swing it out and hit them, and they will start fighting on your side. They're kind of precious. You don't get a lot of those. There's like 8 that you can get easily, and then you can craft more way later in the game. So it's one of those cases where it's hard to justify using them. But in a pinch, they can really help you out. And there are some specific boss fights where they're very helpful. Just wanted to roll the dice for a nice sword. Nope. Okay. So we went down the ledge over that way, and now if we make our way down in this direction, we can drop to another semi-secret area. This ledge has a bunch of tree lilies, and you have to drop down to it. And down here, with the giant Miranda, there's another tree lily that we just grabbed. I'll just leave you alone. Goodbye, flower. Oh, I see another guide and gatekeeper statue. Kind of insane. There are so many catacomb dungeons in Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula, and they're relatively sparse elsewhere. I think there's like... No, okay, there's 2 in Liurnia that I can remember. No, 3. Okay, Liurnia has several as well. But you get past Liurnia and there aren't that many anymore. Tombsward. Tombsward? I think it's Tombsward. I think this is meant to be a ward of the tombs, not in the direction of the tombs. So I'll say Tombsward catacombs. This is a skeleton place, so hello, Sacred Mace. Hello, Skelly Men. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 9 lets you make rancor pots, which are pots that you can throw that summon ghost spirits to attack your enemies for a moment. I don't think they're particularly useful. Skeleton Bunker. Yes, Inats. Can we come up with a better name for our holy bonk weapon? Probably deserves one. There's a lot of catacombs in Limgrave, but because there's enough variety after Limgrave, it doesn't feel awful. I think catacombs are definitely one of the more repetitive feeling dungeon types, because the aesthetic is all the same. So in that way, they are pretty tiresome. I think, yes, the problem's not as bad as the Breath of the Wild Shrine aesthetic, maybe, but I wish they'd gone for, if nothing else, like maybe different color schemes. Even if they just weren't all dreary gray, that would help make them more distinct. There's like, I think there's one that has a bunch of rot in it, which is something. And there are some ones later in the game that are really puzzly. So those are interesting, but just aesthetically, I think they're disappointing. Yeah, I'm thinking about that catacomb as well, wrong house. I want to equip Margit Shackle so I can use the cheap way to lower the fire pillars. The reason this works is because Margit Shackle and another item in the game called Moog Shackle have this giant pseudo hitbox that registers a hit on basically every entity in a pretty significant distance in every direction. It doesn't deal damage, but the game recognizes that as you making contact with the pillar, so it knocks it down. Before doing anything else here, I'm going to ride this up and loot this corpse and activate this skeleton and kill it. So otherwise, when you're running around in that lower level, that guy will eventually revive and start shooting arrows or throwing pots down at you, and it's really annoying. This room has 4 skeletons and they're all scary. I think it's one of the few places where they have Grossmesser. Oop, my holy sacred blade ran out. Which is the big curved sword that you can see the guy in the back wielding. It's like the only place or one of the few places where skeletons have those. So it's also one of the few places where you can get that item as a drop. Oh, the flame pillar overwhelmed my thank you. Puka says, I'd call our holy mace the bone bungler. Not bad. Wait, that didn't kill. What do I get for having a level 0 weapon? We've opened the boss door, so now we can fight the boss, which is another enemy that's very vulnerable to holy. It is a cemetery shade. Buff up. Use golden bow. Go ahead and use flame grant restraint as well. Flask, switch weapons, and let's go in. So these things have fast flurries that deal a lot of damage if they hit you. And they have, if you stay at range, they have this green paralyzing orb thing they can throw at you. And then they'll stun you, and then they have a grab that deals a lot of damage when you're stunned. That didn't go too badly, so that worked out. Lutel the Headless is, I think, our first legendary Spirit Ash. Maybe our second, although I don't think Banished Night Engmaul is legendary. Yeah, legendary Ashen Remains. Spirit of a headless knight who leads the mausoleum soldiers. Wields a lance enrobed in death and hurls spectral lances at foes. I don't think Lutel can inflict death blight despite the lance being enrobed in death, but I could be wrong about that. We do get confirmation that this mausoleum knight is a woman. Lutel sacrificed her life so that in death she could continue to protect the soulless demigod until their revival, earning her the hero's honor of erdtree burial. So that's really interesting. There's another soulless demigod, probably not the main one. And Lutel got honored with erdtree burial because she defended a soulless demigod. Lutel is definitely up there as far as Ashes goes. Very versatile kit and pretty beefy too. That is true. So Lutel uses the Spectral Lance skill, I believe, which is a really long range skill you can use on polearms where you throw a spectral version of your lance or whatever, really long distance. Does a ton of stance damage too. Let's get our main weapon back. For now is our Uchi. Guardian Sword Spears, please? No. We have a Stake America, an Effigy of the Martyr, and this guy. I found erdtree avatars really difficult my first playthrough because I didn't really understand the dodge timing. That was lucky. But if you... I'm screwing it up. But if you know it, or you just have enough stance pressure, then they're not too bad. And I think we won't even have to see the really annoying attack where they... Yeah, I canceled it. It was about to do it, where it plunges its staff into the ground and summons a whole bunch of holy projectiles that then shoot holy beams at you that you have to run around to avoid. That worked pretty nicely. The Opaline Bubble Tier is a pretty nice tool to put in your flask. It gives you something like 95% damage reduction on the first hit you take. So if you're pretty good at dodging the enemy's attacks, but you just want to make sure you don't get punished really badly by the first time you mess up, the Bubble Tier can work really well. I really like these enemies. We can hear someone singing. Turns out that it is this winged dame enemy over here. A couple different ways to approach this. I'm going to try using the Flame of Frenzy on it, since it's in a group with a bunch of other bats. I free aim. Got everyone. Good. There. Nice. Winged dames always drop a pretty big golden rune the first time you kill them, so that's the incentive. You get a nice chunk of change. Now this says, I can see how erdtree avatars can be difficult for newer players to the franchise, but this enemy has been around since DS1, so many veterans have had the practice before even playing Elden Ring. Makes sense. But yeah, I had no idea how to approach them, really. In this pond... This is another place that has a bunch of gold fireflies that we can use to craft gold pickled fowl foot. But it's a bit out of the way. There's no grace nearby at all, so it's not very convenient. Up here on the other side of the minor erdtree, another field with a bunch of... That's our third or fourth falchion? Another field with a bunch of smoldering butterflies. Down on this ledge, if we go over to the spot that has the flowers, and then look down to the left, we can see this crumbled pillar with a corpse on it. And drop down there. Grab that and get the Eclipse Crest Heater Shield. This is pretty cool because it's the same kind of shield as our Beast Crest Heater Shield, but it comes with no skill. So if you want a medium shield that doesn't have a parry skill on it, and you can use your skill on your weapon in your other hand, you can just take this and not even have to use the no skill Ash of War to take off parry like you might have to on certain other shields. Brass Shield also has no skill, and we did get that as a random drop, so that does tend to be superior, although it weighs twice as much. I like the look of the Eclipse Crest Heater Shield a lot, though. It's a cool design. There kind of is a grace called Tombsward, and it's beside the mausoleum. Yeah, but that's not close to that pond. You have to go down this way past the mausoleum and then back up the hill, back up the hill to get to that pond. So it's not especially convenient. I'm going to hold on to my runes right now, even though I think I do have enough to level up. We'll get to a merchant pretty soon. I'll fight a few of these mausoleum soldiers. We've not encountered these before. They're headless apparitions that guard the wandering mausoleums around the world, which are those things. So they can also drop their equipment, including their armor. Because they don't have heads, they don't have a helm to drop. Oh, second brass shield. But in exchange, From Software decided that meant that they should make their other armor pieces have a bit more poise than their equivalents from the other factions. So if you're looking at the regular soldier sets or the mausoleum, or the knight sets, mausoleum versions of those sets will have more poise, except with headgear, obviously, for the same weight. So they tend to be outright better as equipment. I think the mausoleum armors look okay, but by design they're a little bit ragged, and the colors aren't great in every combination, so in that way I'm a little bit annoyed that it is mechanically superior to the other armors. Don't want this scarab to disappear. Oh, hello? I also didn't want to knock it down because I think that is a lethal fall from there. Facing it would have been annoying. That's Divine Fortification. That's the body buff, same category as Flame Grant Me Strength, that will give you resistance to Holy. Not particularly useful at any point around here in Limgrave or the Weeping Peninsula, but it does have applications on certain bosses later. There just aren't many that deal Holy damage. I mean, okay, there's one prominent one early, but it's not like the main source of their damage is Holy. Trying to find the other rats here. There's one. I don't want them surprising me. I'm down in the basement. Okay. Picked up some Trina's lilies, and then down here we get to encounter our first page enemies. They have thrusting swords and crossbows with fiery perfumer's bolts. They're kind of tough, but knowing that they're there makes that fight easier. In DS1, the best poise to weight ratio leg armor are literally soldier loincloths. Absolutely horrible fashion, but you can't argue with the efficiency. Sometimes it sucks, but I think you gotta take the fashion over the efficiency in a situation like that. You can't play the game looking bad. It's just not a way to live. Oh, by the way, we just got the winged scythe out of that basement. This is an interesting weapon. Requires pretty high stats all around for something you can get pretty early. 16 strength, 16 dex, 24 faith. Mostly a dex and faith weapon, as I understand it. You can see from the scaling E strength, D, and dex and faith at level 0. Like all Reapers, it causes bleed. But this is a somber weapon, so it upgrades with somber smithing stones. Cool to have access to if you like Reapers. And the weapon skill is neat because it prevents opponents in PvP or NPC enemies from using healing flasks. You look better, you feel better. If you feel better, you play better. If the gear looks better, it benefits your gameplay more. So true. I want to make sure. I do have a gold pickled foul foot ready. This boss gives a respectable amount of runes, so I might use that in time for the merchant that's coming up. I got fire release. Okay. Let's enter the Evergaol. Use my flask. Golden bow. Refill my FP, switch weapons, fire grease. Flame grant me strength. And we're ready to go in. Don't get a stance break during that animation, I suppose. Would have expected one. Okay. Oh, no, I didn't. I did use my foot in time. Okay. Radigan's Scarseal is a really nice early game talisman. I mentioned last stream that you can get a better version of that without any combat, which I think is kind of disappointing in terms of balance. But we'll go ahead and equip that. What that does is it gives you 3 points in vigor, endurance, strength, and dexterity simultaneously, which is really helpful in the early game to hit the requirements for your weapons and give you more HP and carry weight and everything. So I'm getting 110 more HP out of equipping this. Penalty is that it increases or reduces your damage negations. So you can see with my Dragon Crest Shield Talisman is kind of skewing this, but at the same time it's an important cost-benefit analysis. Right now I'm taking 23 or 28% less damage from all kinds of physical attacks, which are the most common ones for me to face. If I give up my Dragon Crest Shield Talisman for the Scarseal, then instead of taking about 72 to 76% damage from all physical attacks, I'm taking 87 to 93%. And then I'm taking increased damage from other elemental types as well. Usually this early on, that trade is worth it. But it does quickly wear out its welcome once you've actually achieved the stats to wield the weapons you want naturally. But with that, I am able to wield my cross naginata now. Wrong house, you don't use Wyvern Xander because he looks so bad. That's why you install mods to make them wear different outfits and different classes. This is the third church in Weeping Peninsula, which gives us our third sacred tier. So at the Grace, we'll be able to use that to create our flasks again. And with +4 flasks, our advantage in using our heal spell for flask efficiency kind of goes away. The red flasks heal a lot now relative to our total amount of HP, but we haven't really increased our incantation power at all, so the heal spell doesn't heal nearly as much, and it does cost 1/3 of our blue bar. If we use 3 heals in a row, it does heal more than 1 entire red flask, but the cost benefit is skewed a little bit differently now. Oh, I also wanted to equip the Cure Poison incantation this next dungeon. Let's give our Naginata a try, shall we? One shot, nice. Oh, not the bats. Luckily, this has a lot more reach than the short spear does, so it's not as miserable fighting bats with it. Guy says, "There it is, the tower. Finally, I can return to our home, bathed in rays of gold. Interesting." Well, we'll check that out in a bit. First, down on this ledge, there is a cave. What a random line for an NPC to say. Oh, I wonder what it could mean. Oh no, it's the poison cave. The spear does come with impaling thrust. Nice. Always love that. You can use Cure Poison to cure an actual poison status you have, or even to remove the buildup that you're experiencing. There are these green poison slimes around here. You can just run around them. Some of them drop from the ceiling in certain spots. That's really bad, because if they land on your head, they will grab you and you'll be stuck there and getting poisoned. It's really gross. I should not be rolling, really. I don't think I've discussed this mechanic, but if you roll in a poison or rot environment, it'll stick to your armor and keep building up for a minute, even not a minute, but for several seconds, even after you get out of that swamp area. Ambush. Rune arc? Ooh, free rune arc. Nice. Those are pretty rare drops from all kinds of rats. In fact, rats are the only enemies that can drop them. They're used to activate your great runes. We don't have any great runes that we can use right now, but we will in the not too distant future. Surprise. We brought some soap. That is a neat thing you can do. Do I have some soap? Maybe I do. Nope, don't think so. You can use the soap item to clean off the muck on your clothes. So, as you can see, there, our Crimson Flask is a lot more efficient at healing than it used to be. At +0, it would recover about 1/4 of our health bar. So, okay, time for the boss. Flask, Golden Vow. I forgot to craft any more fire grease, but whatever, I've got some fire spells. About to go mad, so let's not use that again, but I've got Stance Break, thanks to the Flame of Frenzy. And the Miranda Blossom is dead. Cool. Viridian Amber Medallion raises your total stamina by, I don't know, like 8% or something. I don't think it's very good for the Talisman slot, especially when we only have one, and I think at this point it's less efficient than our Scar Seal just for increasing our stamina. Only the underground people have soap. I wonder what the game meant by that. Well, it's advanced lost technology, so there you go. We drop down out here, we can get 3 more Trina's Lilies. Also, over this way is the only Hide Cell sword. Where is he? In all of the Weeping Peninsula. Got a couple of dogs with him. I wonder what the lore implications are of being the one mercenary running around here, accomplishing God knows what. Civilized folk go for a dunk in the Elden Juice TM. Yeah, Vati, I want to see a video about that one Kaiden Cell sword, please. What's the deal with him? Or maybe Dark Tark would be better at telling me the deal. Goodbye, Scarab. I claim interference by this octopus. Now a big spear, that I like. Someone else who says it Kaiden. Well, it's not Kaiden Alenko. A simultaneous stance break and kill. Beautiful. This beach has a lot of birds, so I'm gonna get... Oh, do I not have my gravitas weapon? Where's my cursor? Oh, there it is. Yay, Foulfoot. Don't mind me, birdies. Nothing's happening. You're by yourself. So are you, kind of. Oh, they ran away? Boo. I think that's all of them. You didn't know Cross-Nagi not had the little run-up on the Charge R2? Yeah, it does. I like it a lot better than the Short Spear R2, that's for sure. This almost definitely isn't worth doing, but let's see if we can take down this entire zombie horde. The Cross-Naginata does have slashing attacks, which is unusual for a spear. A lot of its attacks are pokes, but a good number of the light attacks are... Oh, ow. Are slash. Right now I don't... Oh, gross. I don't have a good AoE option with my weapon, but I do have a spell that does it. Gotta mind the madness build up. So, does this have a backstab attack? I don't think so. I think that was just the regular light. Ow. Really doing a good job avoiding the grabs today. Really like to see a Souls game with fighting styles. Let me put the good moves on any weapon. That'd be neat. Ashes of War are kind of a step in that direction, right? Let you change weapon skills. Okay. That wasn't worth doing at all, but we had fun with it, right? So there's the church again, up here, Trina's Lily. And in this way, the marionettes at some ruins. Let's see if we can kill them with our Flame of Frenzy. I killed one. Helps. So that is a... I don't know what the official name for those enemies are. Like a graven mass or something like that. It's a whole bunch of sorcerer heads fused together. And it can rain down magic on you. Those are weakest to strike. And our Scar Seal does give us enough dex to use the flail. So let's try it out on horseback. What's cool about flails on horseback is they do multiple swings, and every one of them has a separate hitbox and can counter multiple hits. That's really their best feature, I think. Almost got the kill. There we go. And look, we've met this person before.
It will do no good, I swear it. And yet you persist. You frothing degenerates.
It is implied that Selin is the one that made them. Yeah, we'll get into that. Someone has imprisoned this sorceress here, apparently, and the map tells us it is indeed Sorceress Selin, even though she is also still in the Waypoint Ruin cellar. Weird. Can't do anything for her right now, so we'll come back later. Wonder which frothing degenerate she was talking about. You thought that was just what happens when you get crunk off the primordial current? Well, I think the implication is that Selin was the one who... Well, yeah, we'll see some stuff that tells us about what Selin did at the Academy. Nope. Yay, flail. Ow. Boo, flail. Grab me. So the problem with flails is they have this heavy attack that involves winding up a lot, or their uncharged heavies are pretty weak and also not especially fast. Their regular melee attacks in general are not that good. But they do circumvent enemy blocking. That's a plus. And their skill spinning chain can just be held and swing the end of the flail around indefinitely until you run out of mana. Flails, I think, all have bleed buildup built in, so that can cause blood loss pretty quickly. Unfortunately, there is no Ash of War. I think unlike every other weapon skill that's unique to a weapon class, there is no Ash of War that can teach or apply spinning chain, so you can't have a spinning chain flail with any affinity other than the standard one, which is sad. No magic or cold or occult or anything like that. Hello, ass. Buddy, what happened to your face? I think something's gone terribly wrong. $44,000 runes to our name. Wow. This guy will sell us the Blessed Lantern, finally. We can attach it to our waist to illuminate surroundings. This is an item that it's not as bright as a torch, but it doesn't count as anything, doesn't have any weight, so frees up some of our carry capacity and our weapon slots for something else besides the torch. We'll also take these spinning stones too. And these nice cheap stone sword keys. And lost ashes of war, so we can duplicate an ash of war of our choice. I don't really want to come back here, so I'll take this Vihonder in case I want to grab that for something. And also Note Wandering Mausoleum. I think I forgot to read the last notes we bought. Go to info, items. That is... Yeah, I may not have read this. The demi-human mobs note we got said, slay the demi-human mobs leader first and the rest will lose hope and panic. That's what I was talking about before. And then Note Wandering Mausoleum says, to stop the mausoleum's stride, you'll need to clean up around its feet first. So let's go try that out after we rest at the Grace. I want to drop Pure Poison. And am I still happy with my... Physic mix? I don't really know if we're getting a lot of use out of this spiked cracked here with our current weapons, but... I could take the Crimson Burst for health regen. Maybe that's worthwhile. I'll take Strength Knot still. And then level up. We're level 39 now. We want one more strength. To take a bit more than that. Go for 18 strength. So for a moment we're gonna have more strength than Dex. Yeah. Let's go check out this Wandering Mausoleum thing. So as the note tells us, to get this thing to settle down, we have to clean off these kind of skeletal looking, I don't know, they kind of look like bits of skulls, yeah, growing around its legs. Since it's late at night, the mausoleum stops moving, which is really convenient. You can't pass time to make this happen, because passing time to nightfall makes it early night, so you have to wait like 10 or 12 minutes, I think, to get to this time. It makes this really nice for us, though. And the flail is a great weapon for this, because it doesn't bounce off the feet, and you can keep swinging it continuously, so the perfect anti-mausoleum tool. Or, excuse me, mausoleum cleaning tool. There we go. Can enter and see what's inside, and indeed there is a corpse sitting on top of a sarcophagus, and it's headless, weirdly. So I guess is that soulless demigod we were told about by that ghost. And this will let us duplicate a remembrance. We don't have any remembrances, so we'll have to come back. We'll mark the map, indicating we've got some treasure here to acquire later. Now, that other ghost said, let's check out that tower, because it'll take us home to our... Well, it will let us return to our home bathed in rays of gold, so let's see what that's about. Got a foot soldier here with the horn. Let's get rid of him. There we go. That's how a horseback flail heavy is supposed to go. We have no real need to kill all these foot soldiers, but they do have a chance to drop daggers, and daggers are nice weapons to have for utility stuff. Not really for combat, in my opinion. I really thought the game might just drop one for me. Chain draped tabard. There's a Godric knight guarding the tower. I think we can handle him, though. Oh my god, we almost got the full foot soldier set. There's a ballista up there, so we'll have to worry about that. That worked out really nicely. So similar to the one Godric Knight we fought up in Stormhill that dropped Golden Vow, this one can also cast it, and he did. So he gave his teammates Golden Vow buff. It's pretty cool. Hello, chum. Oh, it's a teleporter. What do you know? This is Lanedale Royal Capital already. Check it out. There's this giant dragon corpse right here, and there's the erdtree. We're like 200 meters away or something. If only we could get down from here. Unfortunately, there is no safe way down. There's an exploit you can do to get down this elevator. A couple different ones, but one way is actually to get invaded and have the invader use the elevator for you. Kind of funny. So you can sequence break by using multiplayer opponents. That I believe is the only way into Lanedale now that doesn't, well, other than the glitches that you just like run across thin air. I think it's the only way to get into Lanedale that doesn't require 2 great runes. So here's another golem. Our heavy attacks are really slow, which is unfortunate, but if we do hit 2 of them, we will bring it down. Since this is in Lanedale, this is scaled really high. Has a lot of HP and will do a lot of damage, but oh, that's not good. I can't get to the crit spot, but we can stun lock it by just hitting the feet with charged R2s repeatedly. It's just easier said than done when you're using a flail. We go. Oh, we dropped something. Halberd. Cool, a colossal weapon. No chance we're ever using that. Takes 36 strength. Not this playthrough, sir. But your bonus for coming here is the Blessed Dew Talisman, which gives you constant health regen. I believe it's 2 HP every second, which is a really nice bonus. It's, I think, not worth the 1 talisman slot you have, but it's pretty helpful. I like having it for exploring. Definitely not the most efficient thing you could do with your talisman slots, but it's just a really nice convenience. So we have now done, well, first off, we've expanded the map. Now we're way off to the north. We've now done everything in Weeping Peninsula and almost everything in Limgrave, except for one dungeon here at the start, the Stranded Graveyard. And we did kill the Tree Sentinel, so I guess we just have the one Evergaol up here. So now we're going to go get started on Stormveil Castle. Before we go there, let's visit hewg and get some weapon upgrades. Golem's Halberd is actually alright. Really good range, decent damage, and infusible. Usually just rendered obsolete by the Giant Crusher for its roll, though. Yeah, I think that's about right.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms, then.
Let's see what we can upgrade. We have our Cross Naginata, which we can now raise to +6. We managed to get a few extra level 2 smithing stones, it seems. So, yeah, not enough to raise our Uchi. We can get the Bloodhound's Fang to +2. We can use that. And that doesn't cost us our regular smithing stone resources. I didn't look at the Grafted Blade Greatsword, but that requires a ton of strength. So, it's kind of out of bounds for us. We could invest in a Greatsword, maybe, but I would like to save that for another Greatsword we'll get later. We've got our Golden Vow Dagger. Don't really want to upgrade the Chinkadea. We've got a +3 short spear, a +3 flail, an unupgraded sacred mace. It might be worth putting some more stones into this. Also might want to upgrade the Morning Star later, but maybe not quite yet. I feel like having one dedicated holy weapon. Skeleton duty. So let's upgrade our mace as an alternative strike weapon. Besides our flail. And other than that, I think we're happy with everything. You want to use the Cross Naginata? Oh, let's put repeating thrust on it as well. At the moment, 164 plus 42 is 206. This is 207, so keen is better. Neat. At least when it's one-handed. That might change when it's two-handed. But the skill damage works off your one-handed damage stats. Okay. Off to Stormveil Shack. Oh, also, I should craft a couple of these bad boys. And some grease. That looks good. Double kill, nice. Ooh, Lord Sworn Straight Sword. That's nice. Lord Sworn's weapons are a little bit weaker than other weapons in their class, but in exchange they have a slightly higher critical damage ratio. I think usually it works out so that doesn't really pay off, but it's a fun gimmick to lean into, maybe. And like most Great Swords, the Lord Sworn's Greatsword does come with Square Off, which is really good at breaking enemy stances. So you can get those crits. Don't think the Cross Naginata is as good a mounted weapon as the flail is. Really wish I'd killed the guy with the horn, because having everyone run at me is no fun. It lost me. Let's try repeating thrust. Yeah. I think the distance you can cover with impaling thrust is pretty useful. Probably better than this skill overall. But like I said a little while ago, it does hit multiple times. So we might be able to exploit that for status buildup. Multi-hit attacks and skills don't give full value for status buildup normally. Usually it's like maybe 60 or 70% on each hit or on average. But they still give more than hitting once with any skill. Castle Morne tunnel. Can't quite level up. So we'll have to beat the boss. Oh yeah, I should take off my torch, and although this is maybe a little dangerous because you can accidentally use it at the wrong time, I do like having my lantern on my bottom pouch slot. Here we can summon Sorcerer Rogier. Rogier? I forget how he pronounces it. Hello, friend. You do look like a sorcerer. Walk out here. Come on, buddy. I want you to be in range of my golden vow. Okay, there you go. Change weapon, put on my grease. Grant me strength. Go forward.
Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Here we go. Big delay. Oh, that was one I could punish. Okay, got a bleed proc. Oh, here's Rogier going ham. Charge R2. So it's hard to use repeating thrust so much in our punish windows because it takes not as fast as impaling thrust. But with an NPC ally, they can help cover for us a little bit. Bleed. Thanks, buddy. And we got him. Good work, friend. You want to sit down and celebrate over... Oh, bye.
Smoldering with thy meager flame.
Well, I guess we'll see that guy again. Time to use our runes. We can level up. We'll take 2 more strength. Yep, there we go. This game has so many buffs and you cannot be bothered to count all those timers. Yeah. Well, definitely a bunch of ours ran out. We lost our blood grease, and well before that, Flame Grant Me Strength must have run out. But gave us a nice boost to start the fight, and hey, it went pretty well. Up here, we can run off the side and loot this corpse. And then in the tunnel under the steps, there's another something. Oh, fire grease. And Atrina's lily over on the cliff side, I think. Yep. Let's go back to the main gate. So I got a second talisman slot with that new talisman pouch. What I'm going to do is equip that Dragon Crest Great Shield talisman I had before. This will basically get us back to neutral in terms of our physical resistances compared to not having the Scar Seal. Could also consider the regen talisman. And that may honestly be better because the Dragon Crest Shield talisman's effect is not huge, but I think in the tougher fights, this will be more important than the constant regen. Try that. Margaret is both a great and a terrible boss. His first phase is really solid, but then the second phase begins to spam festive attacks. We'll just summon Rogier.
You there? Come over here, would you?
Hello?
You're tarnished, aren't you? I would advise against taking the main gate into the castle. It's tightly guarded by hardened old hands. Oh, try the opening right here. The guards don't know about it. You'll breach the castle undetected.
Okay, I believe you.
Yes, that's the spirit. You're just the kind of tarnished that I like. I pray for your success.
Some side path, you already have to jump up a crumbled ledge. Climb up here, you can get to this corpse, so this is an extra smithing stone 2 for us. I really should have... Wait, did I put Stormblade on... Yeah. Well, bit of a shame that this is an unupgraded weapon, but I can use this as a projectile to shoot the birds. If I had bothered leveling up the weapon that has Stormblade on it, I could maybe even one-shot them. And sadly, no, I'm not going to be able to use the hand ballista to try that out, but I'll keep that in mind for any time in the future when I might have a strength setup going. Well, I'll go back to my Naginata now. Yeah, I do have the strength physic on. You know what? Let's do it. Hand ballista. Oh, I even have enough strength now with the talisman. Okay. I need a ballista bolt, right? Okay, let's see how this goes. Am I overloaded? No. I assume I want to shoot the ones in the trees first. Nice. That's pretty sick. Very cool. Smithing stone 3. One of the two we need to get something to +7. Activate the summoning pool. Hack this grace. Now there is a secret thing that you can, like a secret encounter with Gostock you can have if you don't rest here and then you rest into a room up ahead and then come back. But I'm going to try to trigger that meeting at a different location, which I think will be cooler. Should have bought the longbow, maybe. Can I hit that guy with my short bow? Can. Good. Oh, I almost had the timing. And the allies get alerted anyway. You just can't win out here. You can't one-hit the Blade Stormhawks, though they have higher health. That's disappointing. Maybe if you use the Stormwind bolts or whatever they're called. Claws. My first claw weapon, the run. We could use those. They don't require a lot of strength. They're more dex oriented. Short range, innate bleed, rapid attacks. They're paired weapons, so if you two-hand them, you get one in each hand. Kind of fun. I've experimented with hook claws a little bit. I just don't think we have enough upgrade materials to support those right now. We already have a couple of different slash weapons too with bleed buildup, so it's not like they're filling a big niche. I don't want to run down this hallway yet because there's this commoner who will throw fire pots at me. These guys were throwing them at these explosive barrels too. There's more in this hallway, so I'm going to go out this hole. I got these St. Trina's arrows, which are sleep inflicting arrows. Like that. Exile gauntlets. I got the hood and the gauntlets. Got this guy coming down the ladder. Would the hood be a better eye covering for our blind prophet? I don't think so. Definitely see like that. I like the blindfold. I forgot I got a commoner's headband. Really nice headgear. Right, so having come through that way, we get up behind that commoner who was going to throw fire pots at us in the hallway. I stood too close to the edge there and got his attention, so I didn't get to sneak up on him. Anyway, now we can go through there unmolested. And with the way these commoners fight, I think molested may be the right word. Hopefully we don't see that, but they will try to hug you in a very unfriendly way. Okay. So I guess I didn't check the door, but down there is a locked door. we can't open. We need to find the key. Turns out that'll be in here. But I also happen to know there is a tough enemy inside. So I'm going to try, first off, using my buffs. Before I go in. But also equipping my Stormwall shield. We're going to try for some parries. When I go in here, the door slams behind me. And someone cackles at my expense. Nope. Missed the timing. Ow. Let's reset. Try again. There we go. Parry, one shot, critical. Nice. Those Banished Knights are really, really hard, but if you can get the parry on them, it makes them so much easier. And Stormwall has pretty forgiving parry timing. Curved Sword Talisman improves the damage of guard counters, so we could use that with our shield setup if we wanted to. Through the locked door, up the ladder. Our destination's up that way, but we'll go this way first to get some items. More grease, thank you. Thought I'd get the backstab. These exiles can kick you, and it works the same way as the kick skill, where it can knock your shield aside, instantly breaking your guard. Gotta worry about that. Brick Hammer is a really short great hammer. Does a lot of damage though. Pretty fun for my strength build when I picked that up. Like when I played through with that. See what I mean? Molestation. Jerk. You can play that game. I was willing to take that because I still have that health regen from my flask, so I might even heal off completely. Yep. Just in time. Okay, up here we've got another one. Is he a follower of the Moblester? Maybe. Oh, that was too early. By a lot. There we go. Didn't even need the fire grease, it turns out. Thank you, +7 cross-Naginata. Yeah. Gonna tag the grace here. But not rest yet. I don't want to revive that Banished Knight. I want to go out this level. You might have seen when we went around the side of the stairs there and picked up the item from that corpse. There was another crumbled section, the ledge over here. And drop to it. And then come around and get to this one item that was visible in a hole in the wall, but we couldn't get to from inside. 3 Arteria leaves, and that's what we wanted. Alright, we've made it inside the castle. Now, let's check out this exterior wall. Since I do have a bow and some fire arrows, what I can do with these Stormhawks who are carrying these red barrels is I can fire my fire arrows and blow them up. Hooray. The Elden Ring first-person shooter. Could do that with my incantations too, but I guess this is... Fire arrows don't cost me any FP. Another smithing stone, cool. Well, that wasn't too bad. Now this is a secret area that I definitely did not know about on my first playthrough. When you look down out here and see, oh, there's this corpse on this tower over there, and maybe that's what's meant to entice you to do this. Drop down on this ledge, walk out this way, land there, get the item. It's a shield, and nothing for it but to keep going, so we fall down some more. Another ledge, and oh god. Luckily that's a scripted fall. You don't take damage when you land in that area. Don't know what the in-universe reasoning for it is, but there you go. Ash of War Storm Assault, which is the skill that Banished Knight with the halberd used against us. And we got a kind of scary enemy up here. We've got Golden Vow, our flask, grease, flame grant me strength, and I'm going to equip my shield again and go for some more parries. Not against that attack. Oh, that was too early. There we go. Oops, wrong button. Late. Too early. Not the right attack. Ah, well. I could have won that at that point, but I tried to get one last parry in. Good practice. I found those Crucible Knights really, really horrible to fight. Basically my first two playthroughs, but I think parrying makes them a lot more manageable. Nova says, Hewg beat the allegations. Well, kind of. I don't want to be too generous to Hewg, but he did beat those allegations. He's just a freak in other ways. Definitely also possible to cheese this Crucible Knight with the elevator behind him. I will try not to do that. I'd rather fight him straight up. Oops. Bad timing. Too late. Missed completely. Not the most inspiring start. Too late. Too early. Ow. Shit wrecked. That was unimpressive. There are definitely more convenient Crucible Knights to practice on. Oh well. It's just costing me a few fire arrows. Those can be replaced. Missed. One extra fire arrow. Technically, it's the world's slowest rune farm as long as I don't fail to pick them up. You didn't know he beat the allegations? Iris, have you played the DLC? Make some more grease first. Flask, golden vow, switch, grease, flame grant me strength, refill, give me shield. Let's do this again. Nope, too late. Too early. There we go. That's the phase change. Can't parry the phase change. Can't parry the stomp either. You can use kick to knock aside the Crucible Knight's shield and get a crit that way as well. Kind of fun. There we go. Too early. I'm gonna roll through and heal. Big tail. Alright. We got him. Aspects of the Crucible Horns is an incantation where you do like this. You generate a horn on your shoulder and you do a shoulder charge on the enemies and you knock them up into the air. It takes 27 faith to use it, so we can't right now. I'm not sure if we'll get to 27, but maybe we'll be able to use that later. Now that we've killed that Crucible Knight, we can come up here. Take the elevator up, and if I understood things correctly, we should encounter a friend up here? Guess not. Dang. Okay, well, we can get the drawstring fire grease. Yes, you have to not use the Rampart Tower Grace for him to appear. Vostok was supposed to show up at that spot behind the elevator. How about a tiny little experiment? Let me teleport back to Stormveil Cliffside. Run all the way up here. I was going to say get dodged, but I failed at that. That's one way to juke the fire pots, I suppose. get destroyed by the exiles. Okay, goodbye everyone. I think he actually waits till you're further along. Yeah, I know you have to go past the grace for that to happen. But I know in the case of like the very first place you can encounter him, you have to not use the grace that's next to it and then go into basically into this building and then run back out and then he'll be there. So I know there's a certain distance trigger, but I think it's also related to whether or not you've used the grace that's closest to that spot. So what I'm going to try first, I'll send this down. Do the whole circuit one more time. If I can get him to spawn. Oops. Wanted to aim. It's not what. It's not what I intended. I have to fight this guy for real now? Should pull up my weapon, too. So I want to find out first if just going over this cliffside is enough to get him to spawn, or if you also have to go maybe further along the rooftops. We'll try this first. Crucible Knight's dead and gone. It doesn't respawn. So obviously there's game balance logic around that, but this is a world where death has been removed from the fundamental rules of the universe. And that's the explanation for why so many enemies and us come back to life all the time. Yeah, there we go.
Worse than a petty squire. Not a muscle on this one either.
Then why do some enemies respawn?
Oh, you. For God's sake, don't scare me like that. Oh. What? Oh, just clearing out some corpses? Can't just leave them about, you know? They'll start to pong, eh? Oh, hello. No, don't you mind me for a minute. It's my job to keep the grounds clean. Oh, hello. It's my...
All right. Well, gives us an indication of what Gostock is really doing around here. Is he's checking out all the corpses around the castle. And I suppose I said it was the world's lowest rune farm. I forgot about this mechanic when I was, killing those birds on the way down to the Crucible Knight and earning more runes that way every time. Gostock steals some of your runes that have fallen every time you die in Stormveil Castle. Because he's the guy who goes around cleaning up the grounds and he finds your corpse and he takes some of your stuff. So you lose runes on your death, even if you go back and recover them. I think talking to him when you encounter him elsewhere in the castle stops him from doing that, but I'm not 100% certain. He keeps doing it. The little shit. Yeah. Good to know. You can kill him, and then that stops it from happening. So that's how we know it's specifically Gostock who's doing that. He doesn't steal runes if you die in the main path of the courtyard onward. Huh. Is that true? You can see some interesting stuff down there. Hello.
Ah, nice to meet you.
A sorcerer friend.
Mine. Rogier is the name.
Rogier.
A sorcerer, as you might have guessed.
It said so in your name.
For a little something.
I figured that out.
Here in the castle, when I'm not hot-footing it from the troops, that is. But enough about me. What are you doing here in Stormveil Castle? This place is bristling with tarnished hunters, you know. They sacrifice our kind for grafting. Not exactly a place I'd stroll into without a purpose in mind.
I really like the way that you and Rogier force your way, like fight your way into the castle together, and then it turns out that you're on different little adventures here.
I see.
It's a fun thing to have in the first main dungeon of the game.
You can see it then.
And I kind of wish there was more like that.
Guidance of grace. Well, enjoy it while you can. I'm tarnished.
Even though there really isn't that much
Unlike
that you do with Rogier
of this guidance for the longest time.
here.
Still, I won't forget how it felt.
He was a tarnished, but he's lost the guidance of grace. Or he is a tarnished, I suppose.
Magical battle arts. Would you care to learn one? As a fellow tarnished, once guided by grace, I'd love to help.
But he feels a kinship with us and he's willing to train us. Nice. Some of these are kind of cool. There's Glintstone Pebble and Carrying Greatsword can both be pretty powerful for intelligence builds. Spinning Weapon is interesting because when you use that, you hold your weapon in front of you telepathically and you spin it around a lot, and it can hit many times. So you can use that to build up status effects as well.
The you've learned is of the Glintstone family. They were conceived at the Great Academy of Lucaria, to the north of this castle. In the past, they obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order, or so I'm told. Fascinating, isn't it? That the Golden Order was pliable enough to absorb practices that contradicted itself in the past. With the Order broken, twisted, and in need of repair. Such adaptability...
It's interesting hearing this conversation, like knowing more about the plot of this game, because this is Rogier saying he has learned that in the past, the Golden Order has adapted to new practices, and that gives him hope for some of the things that he believes and how those might be integrated into the ruling order of the world. We don't really know what Rogier's deal is, what he's after in the castle, or what his beliefs are, but we'll learn more about that. Exile had glowing eyes. Okay. Missed my parry timing a couple times. Try again. Get back. Full HP first. There we go. Front stab. I guess we needed some buff to get the one-shot kill. But we can just charge R2 as he rises up. Lantern on. Oh boy. Well, that looks familiar. I got this gnarly troll's corpse that I got hanging up here too. A huge mass of maybe dismembered bodies, all wrapped up. Gross. And hear another knight stomping around in that room, but we're going to go out this way first. Get a rebate on our gold pickled foulfoot from Margit. Hello, friend. And hey, look, we're right next to that troll. Three pickled turtlenecks. Those give us stamina regen buff. I think that conflicts with Flame Grant Me Strength. It's stronger than Flame Grant Me Strength in terms of stamina regen, so you can use it. But if you do it in the wrong order, I believe the Flame Grant Me Strength buff will overwrite the turtleneck buff. Hello? It parried. Think we can sneak behind this banished knight? Yeah, I didn't see us. Good. That was a good illustration of how a front critical does more damage than a backstab. So earlier when we got the parry and then the critical, we were able to kill with one charged R2 after the Banished Knight got up off the ground, but not with the backstab. Let's see. Did I try to parry the grafted scion? I know it's possible with some of its attacks, but I've never done that before, and I am scared. Oh. I don't think you can parry the downward stabs. I think you can parry those if you get the timing right. There we go. Total whiff. Got him. Hooray! Luckily, no grafted scions ever respawn. Highland Axe is an interesting weapon. When it's equipped, your roar abilities and attacks do more damage by like 10 or 15% when it's in either hand. So that's stacked with the roar medallion we got last stream. So a cool thing you could do is if you've got a build that's built around like barbaric roar, maybe with a large club, you can have the Highland Axe in your offhand, maybe with Golden Bow on it, and then use that and then switch to your club and use barbaric roar and then be charged up. A little bit more to clear out here. We want to go to this room with the corpses. We got one extra strong dog fight. Luckily, my 100% physical resist shield does work well. And then a regular dog. And on this pile, we get Caelid's memento. Brooch wrapped in red velvet. Memento left by the Caelid sacrificed for grafting. A brooch wrapped in red velvet. Traces of blood are visible. You notice they spelled brooch correctly here, but not in this description? That's funny. Faintly visible spirits try to convey something, but their voices cannot be heard. Now, we were asked by Rodrika to deliver a message to Caelids. Might be too late for that. Supposed to tell them that she loved them, but we can tell her what happened. Although it might be better not to know. Over this way. Ooh, corpse over here. I wonder who this is supposed to be a statue of. Doesn't really look like America. Use our stone sword key. That unlocks this little chamber. This has some extra large exiles who wield axes. That was ill-timed. He's learning, chat. He's learning. In here we can get a dagger called the Misericord, which is the weapon with the highest critical multiplier in the game. And daggers themselves have a strong critical damage multiplier. That's kind of their niche. They're meant to be light weapons that don't do a lot of damage normally, but if you get critical hits, they hold their weight. Misericord really leans into that. So it's a neat weapon, especially if you remember to switch to it when you get stance breaks. We might want to use that as our golden bow dagger if we have the... it's a little bit heavier than some other daggers. But then we could use it for that niche. I don't really have the stones to upgrade it right now, though, so I'm not going to focus on that. There's one oddity around here. You can hear some rats above. I don't believe there's any way to get up to them and fight them. So one last thing in the Great Hall. Out on this side, there's this elevator. Turns out this activates a shortcut back to the Rampart Tower. We couldn't use this before. If we had tried, it would have told us that the elevator was out of operation. Something like that. Now we can get back here and we have an easier way to get down to the interior of the castle besides going out on the ramparts where those birds with the explosive barrels are. The other thing is dagger front riposte usually proxy assassin dagger talisman twice, so that's cool. Doesn't the dagger talisman apply to all critical damage? I didn't think it was like a thing where you get a buff from it. Misericord, a blade for killing wounded knights without having to take them out of their armor. Yeah, it's for delivering the coup de grace, right? That's the point. That was a failure. That was a bad sideways jump attack. Oh, the talismans that restore HP or MP. Oh, those are nice. So you can get double heals or double mana. Didn't know that. Out in this area, there's a bunch of exiles. Oh, I did not mean to roll, and that messed me up. If you don't let that guy use his horn... Oh, I think maybe it didn't activate anyway? Guess I lucked out. Normally when he blows his horn, all the exiles wake up and start attacking you, but I guess I got him in time by 1 frame, basically. Double kill. So yeah, there's the rooftop of that room with the misericord and the rats. I guess I neglected to go outside and kill the other exile sentry out there. It doesn't really matter though. But you can't land on that safely, as far as I know. There's no way to drop to it that it's not a lethal fall. If there were, then you could get into that room without using the stone sword key, I suppose. Maybe that's why it's not there, but I don't know why they put rats there. Just to entice you to jump down and try to fight them and die? There are some really crazy secrets up on the rooftops around Stormveil Castle. If you jump to this tower, you can reach this corpse that has a stone sword key. And then right below us, there's a extra strong Stormhawk that can breathe fire? Maybe it's not breathing it, but can spew fire in some way. So that's kind of scary. A gesture. This is one of your favorite places to route. I actually agree. If you're interested in gathering everything, it's a pretty cool thing. I'm going to attempt to do one very long run through most of the interior of the castle without really stopping for a lot of races and resetting the enemies. So we'll see how that goes. If we pull it off, we'll get just about everything there is to find in one fell swoop. Said they weren't doing a project this big again, kind of hoping there's room for another non-open world Souls-like benefiting from what they learned about area design. That could be cool. I don't think a successor to this game has to be open world. It'd be satisfying. I think there's a lot that they did really well with the open world in this game compared to other open world games. Not perfect though. And I can certainly see why the open world ends up being a turnoff for a lot of people on repeat playthroughs. I didn't want to play through this again immediately after I beat it the first time because that was a lot of time. The Claw Talisman's pretty useful on especially power stance jump attack builds. That gives you, I think, 10% damage multiplier on your jumping attacks, and that can really go far on those builds. Unless you think the open world is probably the worst part of Elden Ring. I could understand feeling that way. I think in the first part of the game, it really does a lot to sell the whole experience. But it does get weaker as you go along. Maybe you can't parry that, I don't know. Shadow of the Erdtree feels like they hit their stride. I can agree with that. It does. It's really satisfying how tightly packed it is and how much verticality it has, how much it loops on itself to make things closer, but still vast. There's some places that are pretty empty. In some cases, I like that as a way to sell the mood, like the shaman village in particular. Other places feel like, probably could have done a bit more with this. we just got as a recipe for Stormwing bone arrow. So if we take this Stormhawk feathers, now we can craft arrows, I think, that have like a swirling wind effect. As it says, it breaks enemy stances and guards with ease. Their upgraded version of the regular arrows. But you can only farm Stormhawk feathers here in Castle Stormveil, basically, and they're not guaranteed drops, so not very convenient. From here, you can go out this way. You can even do a little bit of climbing to get out on the exterior structures. This way is the... Maybe we can see over the wall. Is the stair leading down to the main gate. But before we head in that direction, I'm going to jump off this side onto this rooftop and head over across the courtyard here. It's really heavily fortified, and this is a way to get around behind the defenses. One guy who noticed us. I think we can just sneak away. Oh, no, he's coming. No need to overthink it with parries. Now we're in. I'm going to call down that elevator for later, but now I just want to rest at this grace. So what we're going to do now is clear out that whole courtyard from behind and try to get all the goodies basically between here and the front gate of the castle. Ideally without having to rest at grace again. To prep for that, I want to the free backstab on this omen first. That kind of... Well, it's not off to a great start. I was about to say that kind of mini troll enemy is called an omen. Like Margit. Thank you. I wanted to kill those two first to clear out this back of the courtyard where there's another statue that's glowing. We need to find a giant enemy to come here and break this before we can get at what's inside. Also in here we've got a painting. That is the back of the stranded graveyard. We've got that big waterfall behind it and the two broken pillars with the spirit spring to the left. So we're looking at Castle Stormveil from way back behind the starting area, which must be Weeping Peninsula. And there's Stormhawk. That didn't work. little bit cleaner. Don't know why I try with the spear jumping R2s.
Be proud.
Ooh.
You were a fine warrior. Your only mistake was your choice of master. Let the winds lift you to a higher place.
This is a person who is dressed in this hero starting outfit.
Well, who do we have here? Tarnished, are you? Clearly not one of Godric's lot. I am Nepheli loux. Tarnished and warrior, like you.
Nepheli loux, huh?
How utterly repellent this is.
The intro mentioned Horaloo, chieftain of the Badlands.
He's tainted the very winds. If you intend to challenge Godric, I ask you call upon me. The winds run foul with his deeds. I'm certain Father would permit me aid the fight. Apologies, but I've idled long enough. As fellow Tarnished, we must each follow our own guidance, down whatever road takes us to the throne of Elden Lord.
No, it says best character alert. There's a lot to like about Nepheli. She's a good fighter, apparently. She killed this banished knight. See how she does when we do what she asks and summon her against Godric. Another golden seed. Down in here we can get a little bit more loot. And then up this way, there's a troll, and that seems like just the thing we need to go break that statue. We have to lure him all the way back down this path. Also, because it's nighttime, those exiles are blind and they do not see us. Like I'm in Jurassic Park and I'm running from the T-Rex. All these barricades just shattered. Oh, nope, don't, nope. Stick with me. Come on. Keep coming, buddy. Here we go. Okay, very good. Now just a moment. Your cooperation. It was a disgusting miss. That was disappointing. I should have healed. The problem with thrusting weapons against enemies with spindly little legs. But we got what we needed out of that troll. It broke the statue still. Just means we have to kill the omen again. You know what? I'm going to try charged R2. And, oh, no, that didn't work out the way I hoped it would. Oh. Oh, good work. Okay, good enough. Well, let's loot that statue and grab our runes. 5 smithing stones 1 and 1 smithing stone 2. Time to clear the courtyard. There's one exile here who has a horn. I believe it's the one with the torch pole on this platform. I'm gonna try to snipe him. Okay. And then Yeah, a couple of them are alerted, but not everyone. Run around and kill the others. If they're unaware of me, then a single running R2 kills them, which is nice. There is a damage bonus when attacking enemies that are not aware of your presence. I think I mentioned that before. Got a pike, which is a really long spear. Check that out. Maybe we can compare. Got like an extra foot on the cross naginata. So that one I think is legitimately good as a mounted weapon. The short spear, not so much. We already went up in the shack over there. That's where we got that wooden great shield. So just up in this one, fight a big exile. Get some fire arrows. Pike is great, not the most damage, but absolutely insane range. You can power stance it with your cross naginata too if you want some glorious charging this early in the game. Yeah, I could use the power stance spear moveset. I know that's supposed to be really good. The problem I find with having power stance smithing stone weapons this early is there just aren't a lot of smithing stones to upgrade multiple weapons at the same time. It's weirdly way easier to have several somber weapons upgraded than to have several smithing stone weapons upgraded. Not as true if you just rush the places that have the smithing stone bell bearings. But if you're not doing that, then what kind of happens is the smithing stone pickups let you keep one weapon like 5 or 6 levels ahead of almost all the rest of your weapons, so you're kind of rewarded for committing to something. Anyway, we just got the Godslayer seal, which requires 27 faith, but once you have that, it is better, just outright, than the starting finger seal. It's higher scaling, and it gives a boost to Godslayer type incantations, which you can learn from the Godskin prayer book, if you hand that to someone who teaches incants. Here, we're on a ledge overlooking the main gate, and we could drop down here and clear out the ballisticians to clear the path. I desperately wish that killing these ballisticians actually permanently removed them, so you could just have safe passage up the main road, but alas, that's not how it works. But also from this ledge, you can reach this ladder and come up along the ramparts here. This area has 2 banished knights, one with a sword and board in the distance there, and one with a halberd. Well, we can... This is a really scary situation, having to fight two at once, but we can have some light cheese by sneaking up and backstabbing that one, and then running to the ladder. Then to get to you, they can't use their skill to come down, they have to take the ladder, and that means you get free attacks on them. Well, that hurt more than I wanted it to, but got the job done. Ooh, we got both the Banished Knight's helm unaltered with a scarf. Sweet. And a Banished Knight's greatsword. Oh, gotta be careful here. This bridge is covered by this ballista down here, so try to sprint across real quick. And okay, they didn't see me. Sometimes they will. The big exile. Got him. Climb up this ladder, and we'll be actually back up at that platform we were at where we jumped over onto the roof on the courtyard. Where we got the cookbook from that corpse on that platform there. And the two exiles that were in front of it. That one hasn't noticed me. I'm just going to run away. So the other thing we could have done, besides go out to the courtyard, is of course we could have gone down that ladder. And then gone out and around and gotten behind the ballistas. But also you can jump to this ledge, and then with some proper technique, you can jump up on the sidewall here. And then try not to get shot by the ballisti. And drop down over the side. And this is a much more convenient way to get behind this ballista and kill its operator. The other ballista can shoot there and hit that guy, so I'm gonna just pull him back and fight him away from the weapon emplacement. But now he's clear, and we can go along sidewall here and jump over to get to the other ballista. Probably should have killed that guy on the near ledge. Now they're both throwing fire pots at me. Let's go back up the stairs now. We could go out that way to get to the main gate, but there's a little bit more loot to be found upstairs. Big exiles, I'll try to parry. Too early. One nice thing about the spear guard counter is I duck under the follow-up attack there, so I can do it on the first hit. If it were me, I'd probably put the flamethrower a few steps farther forward so I could see enemies that were coming, but I'm not the castle defense expert. And we're back to the courtyard. So let's go through that rat-infested cellar again, and this time we will clear the other ballistae from behind. Sick. Okay, we've killed all the weapon emplacements. We've cleared them all. Now, we might be able to kill both of these exiles with single flamesling? Maybe? Nice. I am a spellcaster. Okay. Go in this room where there is a site of grace. I don't want to activate yet because I don't want to revive all the exiles we just killed. And also this golden rune and open the gate. Out here we can get commoner simple garb, which is a really light chest piece that will give you +1 faith if you need that for some reason. And hey, it's Gostock.
Oh, hello. Glad to see you're safe. I've come into some fine goods. Only it turns out I can't use a one of them. Perhaps you'd like to take them off my hands.
Maybe. We can buy Kaistus, fist weapon that does strike damage, has rock bottom requirements. The only problem with these is they have really short range, but if you can manage that, a lot of the fist weapons are pretty good. And if we really want to adopt the parry lifestyle, we can fire a buckler to use the buckler parry. Unlike Stormveil, it's free in terms of FP, and it is, I think, the same duration in startup frames, but better recovery frames. So if you miss it, you're not stuck in the animation for quite as long, just by a little bit. And we'll buy the bandit as well. The +1 faith is a funny application. If you start as a prisoner and equip that along with the faith talisman, you get 12 faith, and that's nice for Lake of Rot because that's flame cleanse me. Yes! That's like the one situation where it's genuinely very nice. Unless you're having a great time with the buckler. It has a learning curve for sure, but when you get used to it, it's really satisfying. Even with the bandit start, if you understand how parries work, it can be really fun. But the bandit starting equipment really only starts to sing if you can parry well. Oh, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. They didn't actually see me. Let me try... Hell yeah. Now that was cool. AoE spells, yay! I don't think intelligence characters get anything with that nice a broad AoE in front of you with respectable range for a while in the game. That's a nice piece of tech that Faith guys have. Let me try. Can I free aim this and hit them all? Got him, yeah. Oh, that was too late. Too early, I think. Oh, that's not what I intended. Glintstone Arc is a wide AoE spell, Copium. Oh, okay, that's true, but yes, you're right. Also does horrible damage. Okay, so across this little courtyard, there's this lion enemy, and I'm going to try to be brave and kill it now before I run through that building and go get the grace on the other side. Where's my flask situation? I have one red flask and that's it. So this may be a bad idea. Grease. Give me strength. Use a heal, I suppose. So we retain our one flask. We got no FP. Straight up fight. Let's do it. If we pull this off, we will have cleared the entire area from the courtyard to the gate without resetting our flasks. What was that? Did I get grabbed? Is that what that move was? Alright. Lion Guardian defeated. We get a Somber Smithing Stone 1, which is kind of paltry reward for that. But now the courtyard is completely clear. And we have the Site of Grace for the Limgrave Tower Bridge. We can't really do much beyond this point right now, but we will come back. However, now that we've cleared the way out the front gate, we can run out there and go return to Rodrika, or, you know, the video game abstraction. We can just arrive there.
Pleasure to see you. Did you give the little chrysalids the message? That I love.
Well, more like they left me the message, I suppose.
My craven heart. I'm sure I'll be
Or
joining their club soon enough.
the memento.
What's this? A keepsake? From my men? Oh. Goodness me. I can't. They all believed in me. They all thought I'd make something of myself. Me? Who can't do anything. I think I'll head to the Roundtable hold. Perhaps I'll find my purpose there.
Good idea. That's definitely better than getting grafted to the spider anyway, like you were talking about before. Let's meet you there.
Greetings. Nice to see you again. My name is Roderica. I should have told you sooner. Isn't this place impressive though? The Roundtable hold. Covert quarters of the Two Fingers.
and gathering place of champions who vie to become Elden Lord. I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us Tarnished had such fantastic roots, although it's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose. Oh, and please allow me to express my thanks for giving me that keepsake from my men. It was as if I was frozen with self-pity. I failed them at every turn. You have my gratitude. Please, take this.
Golden Seed. Now, if you go around Stormveil Castle and get to Liurnia that way, Roderica just completely disappears from the Stormhill Shack. Her quest is more or less automatically completed, and when you go back to the shack, you'll just find the Golden Seed on the ground. I guess because they wanted to make sure that you did have the opportunity to get a spirit tuner who could level up your spirit ashes before you get way deeper in the game. But I think that's a little disappointing, missing out on the side quest.
It's all the same. Lay out your arms then. The girl you brought here, she's crestfallen and can scarcely swing a blade, but she has a gift for spirit tuning. I saw another one like her long ago. Their eyes share the same hue.
Interesting. He knows a spirit tuner. Check something real quick. Oh, yeah. All right. So we got the one smithing stone 3 from where the Stormhawks were outside the castle. We still didn't get the second one. That's elsewhere in Stormveil. So we can't upgrade our cross-langinata yet, but we can upgrade our Uchi Katana to +6. And we could also consider maybe upgrading our flail or our mace or something. I think we'll go with the Uchi for now, though.
It's all a bit much for me. I'm still looking. You're telling me I possess some kind of gift? I don't believe you.
That's what he said.
If I do have this talent, and goodness knows it would be my first, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hewg to teach me. Certainly he does appear intimidating and holds no love for us Tarnished. But I know he's trapped here at the Roundtable hold. So...
Hey, Roderica. Isn't it a weird coincidence that we're exactly the same height? What are my thoughts on egg salad? Not a fan.
Back already. No matter. Lay out your arms. The girl. What about her? Are you out of your mind?
Cancel me.
Stay with an ugly brute who
If that's what brings me down, I'll just have to live with that. My mic sounds really nice. Good. Glad to hear that. Start of the stream, I was asking if there were any issues with the audio balance, but it seems like it's been working well. So, appreciate the feedback.
I refuse to believe it. I don't doubt you, but I know when something's too good to be true.
You don't like your food cold and slimy? Same. It's also why I don't like mayonnaise. An extra flask from those golden seeds we picked up. And also now that we've rested, Roderica has moved.
Good to see you again. Thank you very much. I have you to thank, don't I? For persuading Master Hewg. I can happily announce that he has taught me the noble toil of spirit tuning. I'm as yet unsure of what I might be able to accomplish, but if I might be able to help you all, I'd certainly like to try. And if there's any chance to ease the suffering of my dear men who were grafted, well, I certainly must try. Roderica, the Spirit Tune Apprentice. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Congratulations, Roderica. I'll go ahead and upgrade the Spirit Ash. There's actually one you can get later that's completely free to upgrade, but the Noble Sorcerers are really cheap. I'm not really planning to use these anytime soon, but I do want to get one of them to +4 so that we get a gesture from Roderica. So handle that, and then we have a couple other things to do outside Stormveil before we go back. I guess there's more dialogue with hewg now.
Well, I took you no man to lay out your arms then. I spoke with the girl. She has a gift for spirit tuning, so I told her everything I know. I'm indebted to a spirit tuner I met long ago. It was all I could do to honor her. I'm sorry I doubted you.
Wonder who that spirit tuner was. So we've completed Roderica's quest. That's not the only thing we can do out in Stormhill, though. Now that we've been inside Stormveil Castle, there's another event we can trigger here with Bernal. I do want to go get all the battle arts from him. Go ahead and buy those.
Well, until we meet again.
I want to change my Maginata's skill. You know what? Let me use the... we'll keep it. So here I want to pass time until nightfall. And then what we need to do is, while it is already nightfall, we need to either warp to or sit at this grace at nighttime. And then Bernal will be gone. Benefit from some foreknowledge here. Use our flask, Golden Vow, with fire grease on. Flame grant me strength. And I will attempt to parry again. Perhaps. But I intended to get a stance break initially, and the charged R2 combo did not succeed at that. Okay, let's get in close. Not get grabbed. Just give me a parryable attack. I can't parry the red glowing sword attacks. Like that one. Well, that went badly. I wonder if I can get 2 charged R2s while it's spawning in and then use Impaling Thrust or Repeating Thrust. I think that'll do enough stance damage to get the initial stance break. Unfortunately, when you die, it changes the time. You have to rest again. The thing with the Bell-Bearing Hunter boss is, if it goes well, it goes really well. It's really not hard. If it goes badly, it goes really badly. And I did not get what I wanted out of that initiation. Okay, do it again. Can't hold the shield. Flask. Golden Vow. Change weapons. I should probably take my bow off. Gonna two-hand for now. Go for 2 R2s. Weapon skill? Yes, stance break, just barely. Alright. So, pretty close to victory, but I'm gonna try for parry, just to see if I can. Nope. Yep, parry that. The trouble with this guy is when you run, he uses his magic attacks more. There we go. Also, it takes 2 parries to break his stance, not 1. So, yeah, I cheated a little. That worked. Bone Peddler's Bell Bearing lets you buy animal bones from the Twin Maiden husks, so you don't have to go kill random critters to make your arrows anymore. Now, for another boss that we can parry. Off this way. If you're buying bones to craft arrows, you could also just buy arrows from Caelid. Well, maybe so. No one ever said this economy had to make perfect sense. In the Evergaol. Let's get our stuff going again. We fought one Crucible Knight. Let's fight another. Nope, that's a stomp. Can't parry that. But I can parry that. That's not what I wanted to do. Too early. Too early. I have to remember that in phase 2, the stomp can be followed up by the tail swipe thing. That was just... I don't know what I was doing there. Just didn't press buttons. Bones can make darts too. Oh, that's true. I do think there are easier ways to fight the Crucible Knights than doing the parry strategy, honestly. If you've got just enough stance damage you can pile up quickly with your weapon skills or charge R2s or something. I think that's overall easier, but I'm trying to get good at this. Hopefully, someday. Nice thing about Evergaol is you can get your runes back before you... grabbing them before you go in. Going well so far. Should be stance or phase change time. Soon? Unless I just get it locked in the routine where it tries to hit me. Oh, too early. I think this will do it. Maybe not. Gotta worry about my FP though. I only have so many storm walls left before I... Okay, stance change. Or base change. Finally. Roll through. Roll the double tail. A triple tail. That's cheap. There we go. This gives us our second aspects of the Crucible incantation, and it also requires 27 faith, just like the Godslayer's seal, as it turns out. Couple more errands. We got that painting in Stormveil. Let's go find the soul of that painter. And already this looks promising. We're behind the stranded graveyard. There's Castle Stormveil up on the cliff. We're looking out at the waterfall back there, coming out of the back of in a graveyard, and there we are. Warhawk ashes. That's the kind that can breathe the fire, so kind of cool. I think there's a better Warhawk style ash that you can get later. But if you want a flying companion, there you go. Also, Vari wanted us to go to the Roundtable hole, so let's tell him we got there.
Indeed. You made it through that entire mess all the way to Stormveil. And off you trotted to the Roundtable hold. My sincerest congratulations. But how did you find the Roundtable? Oh, you don't have to say it. Before, the Roundtable was chock full of venerated warriors. But now, it's home to puff chests and has-beens. I fear you've been terribly disappointed. I don't blame you.
Wonder what just
But
died.
Still, the Roundtable has its perks. Why not earn a seat? Fly straight and true, so to speak.
If you say no, he's so disappointed.
Perhaps it's just as well. Besides, you are maidenless. One can only do so much with the material.
Hey, brother.
provided.
I got my maiden.
If you should realize the error of your ways, I'm always willing to hear you out. Oh.
Okay, we'll decide to join
Have a go after all.
as a real member.
Joining the Roundtable proper. Ah, then you're interested. A wise choice indeed. To join the Roundtable proper, you must acquire a great rune and request audience with the 2 fingers in the inner chamber. They are the purported masters of the grace that guides
Reported, you say? What's your real opinion about this?
Yes. Pay them a visit, so that you may see for yourself. Challenge Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormveil, to acquire
Okay,
a great
we're planning to do that.
Decrepit he may be, but a demigod he remains, and of course, an inheritor of a great rune. Worse yet, I hear old Godric's acquired a ferocious new toy to graft. So, prepare for the worst.
Ferocious new toy to graft.
What's the matter? Aren't you supposed to be earning your place at the Roundtable hold? Then you must face Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormveil. For without a great rune, you will not be
Okay,
granted
Vari, we got it. Thank you.
the 2 fingers. In the
Or whatever. Now at this point, I would probably go kill the tree sentinel, but we already did that. So instead, we're gonna go straight inside. Back down to the stranded graveyard. Probably use this grace just so it is our destination if we do die here. This dungeon is pretty scary. Got this lovely poison hallway to run through. I think this is just here to discourage you from trying to enter with your brand new character with terrible armor. And gotta watch out because rolling up this pathway is this war chariot that will insta-kill you if it hits you. Technically, if you have enough vigor, it's not an automatic kill, but we do not have enough vigor to stop it. So I'm going to let the chariot go down the slope past me, and then I can duck into another alcove on the other side here. And while it's going uphill, I will drop down. And now we basically juked it for a while. So we can drop off on this ledge and get to this hidden area down below where there is an imp we can sneak up on. Got kind of lucky that our fall didn't make enough noise for it to notice us. Fun fact, you can live through the chariot with the Endure Astrovore. That is true, because Endure gives you some damage reduction. A pretty big damage reduction. Down the hallway here is a flame pillar, but again, we can knock it down with Margit Shackle, so we don't have to deal with that. And then another imp. Over there. And a couple down this way. Now this is a higher scaled area than I think everywhere else in Limgrave or the Weeping Peninsula, so all the enemies take less damage, well, they have more health than we're used to. Like this imp here. With the imps in a lot of the other dungeons that we've encountered, I believe we could have killed them with a charged catch flame, for example. Not true of these imps, though. Or charged flame sling. Yeah, that's what it's called. We get some lightning grease, which is cool. It's one of the very few sources of lightning damage you can get this early on. Most enemies don't resist lightning, and quite a few are at least slightly weak to it, so it's a pretty good damage type overall. Now this chapel area is quite scary because if you look on the ceiling over there, there's a grafted scion. There's actually another one up on this side. So this is a grafted scion duo fight. Normally they don't both attack you at the same time, although in some circumstances they do. But I find grafted scions quite hard, so I don't know if I'll win this fight. Do my best. Again, I'm thinking we'll try for some parries if we get opportunities. Not that attack. No. Nope, that's too early. Go ahead and grab this item. Okay. It's one. That was really generous with the parry timing there. I thought that was way too early. And got him. Okay, one down. That won't respawn, so if we do have to come back and try again with the other one, we at least won't have to kill two of them next time. Go ahead and get some of my buffs back on. Switch weapons. Whew. Big scream. Take another hit while I can. Oh, I'm gonna die. Yeah. I panicked. I think I could have just stood there and healed for a second. Okay, but we've got one down. That's progress. I don't really have to fight those grafted scions anymore. I got the only item in this room, and I could just ignore them from now on, but what's the point of playing the game if you're not going to do the challenges? I'm actually kind of amazed how... It's still hard to parry them, I think, but doable. And I've not really tried to do that before. Bye. I'll let you hang out there. Come down this way. Sneak up on the imp. Guard countered the wrong guy. Poor imp, you were collateral damage. So, I think uniquely, I'm pretty sure this is the only one in the whole game. This fire pillar actually gets reset when you die. So it's back up. But I can just knock it down again. I'm pretty sure normally the pillars stay in whatever position they were in, even if you die. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's right. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and buff now. Use our fire grease. And grant me strength. Go get my runes back. Crafted Scion came down. Maybe I should have waited for Flame grant me strength because it takes a while for him to get to me. Too early. Nope. Dang. I'm gonna heal. I don't know why I was crouched. I don't know how that happened. Nope. Heal again. Nope. Out of range. Well, my fire grease ran out. Okay. Not the strongest start, but that's progress. Get a charge attack in. I'll let you do that over there. Thanks. No, that's not timing. Ow. I think this is lost. Yeah. Ah. Well, the first one was a lot better. I could just switch to using my spells, especially at that point where the Scion was stuck on the other side of the little altar area. I could have just started throwing flame slings at him. And that would have done a good amount of damage. Off to work we go again. How many more grafted scions are in the game? There's the boss one. There's the one mimic in Liurnia. There's one at Mount Gelmir. Maybe there's one other, like, larval tier mimic one somewhere. I wonder. We already killed the Stormveil one. I imagine they're called grafted scions because they're supposed to be, you know, offspring or something of Godric the Grafted, or the other people in his lineage who've been involved in grafting, I suppose. Shackle. Kill this guy. Although you can run past that imp and just never have to fight him. Your gear around. Flask. Bow. Go get our runes. Oh, I need to craft some grease. Use said grease. Then grant me strength. Equip shield. Got some regen going, so I don't need to heal. I'm gonna get the party started. Nope. Ow. Oh, missed it. I wish I could just walk off the edge and die to gravity. That would be funny. Nope. Am I right that you can't parry the downward stabs? That would be weird. Maybe you can. I am really sucking at this now. I think that was the one I parried Nova, right? Yeah, the one I actually succeeded on. No more red flasks. Come on. Ow. Nope. Oh, that didn't work out. I keep expecting that fourth hit to come way earlier than it does. And I'm dead. Dang. Alright, I'm gonna give up on the parry tactics for this one and just try to do the usual thing I do with Crafted Scions, which is stick close to them and try to dodge into them. That was an interesting exercise, though. Weirdly, I think those Crafted Scions are way harder than the boss, although the boss of this dungeon can be quite tricky. Anyway, the part of the point of going to that area with the Grafted Scions, in addition to getting the Erdtree's Favor, which is a nice talisman that increases your HP and stamina and equip capacity all at once, is it lets you get to a secret way up onto that ledge up you can see up there with the item on it, and from there you can actually destroy the chariot that's running up and down these slopes, so it doesn't have to bother you anymore, and that makes exploring the rest of the dungeon much easier. Again, you don't have to kill the Scions. Once you've got the item, you can just run away and be done with that area. Goodbye, friend. Didn't even notice me. Change weapons. Flask. Ready. The whirlwind's kind of scary when you're in tight. Another charge R2. Can I get a stance break? No. Another one? Alright, got the kill. With the bleed proc at the end. Okay, that was admittedly more comfortable for me. I'm sure if I'd really learned the parry timing, that can work great, but I find it quite hard. Anyhow, now we can drop down to this ledge. Which I don't know why you would ever think to do this, but it is here. I guess you'd think to do it because there's nowhere else to go. And then down in the pool at the bottom, and you can reach this stairway, which leads to an elevator, which takes you up to the ledge I pointed out. Now, up here is another banished knight, halberd style. Nope, too early. I'll try to parry that. Ow. Wow, that was way early. There we go. That guy's dead. Now, there's these pots hanging from the ceiling on this side of the passageway. What you can do is equip a bow. And what I like to do for the timing is aim at the cable holding this one up, and then when the chariot crashes into the wall below me, and I shoot, knocks it down, it goes back down the hill, runs into the pot, blows up. And there it is. Erdtree Great Bow acquired. That's a great bow with a little bit of faith scaling, I believe. Yeah, strength dex and some faith. And yeah, we're probably not going to use that. Got some great arrows too to work with. And we got a bit of a rebate on our stone sword key from that corpse over here. So now we can explore the rest of the dungeon more freely. Switch out my short bow with my usual weaponry. And we'll keep going deeper. There's a fork here. That way goes down to the boss, but up here there's another chamber you can reach. We'll have to fight some more exile spirits that show up right around the corner. Not what I intended to do. Heal. And let's heal again. I will hopefully not have to use my other blue flask before I kill this guy. So one more Banished Knight. This one has Dragon Communion incantations, which can be quite scary. But perhaps not if we manage to parry him. Cool. And he drops the Dragon Communion seal, which is a seal that upgrades with somber stones, and it scales with both faith and arcane. So it works really nicely with the Dragon Communion incantations, not only because of the stat requirements are similar, but also because it directly gives a bonus of, I think, 10% to all the Dragon Communion spells. It's really powerful if you're going for the Dragon Fire and Dragon Maw action early on. Annoying. No poke. There's this ledge here. Actually, so one other shortcut you can take in this dungeon, if you're just going straight down to the boss, is you can take that drop down to the ledge where the imps are, and then you can also drop down to here and get down to this lower slope way faster than the chariot can catch up with you. So if all you're trying to do is get to the dungeon boss and not explore the side areas, you can just do that. Sweet. Now for the boss. I already used my flask, unfortunately, so we won't benefit from that. But there is a Stake America here, so if we die, we'll just respawn back here. We won't be all the way up at the Grace anymore. I also have no blue to use. So, there's Golden Vow. Put our grease on. The fire damage will be useful to us. We could have used our Flame of the Redmane's Ash of War to actually imbue fire affinity on something, and that would make a weapon probably even more effective in this fight, but... Oh, thought I dodged that. And I'm already dead. Well, that went swimmingly. I find the Ulcerated Tree Spirits kind of fun, but their hitboxes are really janky, and that was not a case of it being janky. I really did mistime that, but that did not go well. Alright, but we're back. Now we get our flask. And all our red and blue flasks back. So, Golden Bow. Grease. Flame grant me strength. We could even try to use the Flame of Frenzy in this fight. We're not going to be parrying, so I might want to keep that handy. At least our runes are right here. Let's spin. Oh god, I missed that too. Spins. Gotta dodge through the tail. Big slam. Take a charged attack. Oh, that was bad. Okay, dodge through it that time. The Tree Spirit gets close to half health. Oh, I just decided to do it there. It'll do this flame explosion. You've got to look on the ground to see where the flame... I think that's holy damage, technically. But you got to look on the ground to see where the spouts are coming up. Try to dodge them. Ran out of fire grease. Not the best start I've ever had to this, but better than last time. Another flame explosion, that's unlucky. Another one? What the heck? Okay. Focus, charge attack. Dodge the swipe. That was ill-timed, but I think I got the charge R2 off. Dodge through the mouth so it doesn't swallow me again, or... Okay. Got one crit. Heal. Bad spot to do that jump attack. I think what I have to realize with the Naginatas, it's not as effective at stance damage as certain other things I'm used to, but worked out. Use my gold pickled Palafoot because this guy's worth a lot of runes, 15,000 at base. So I got 19,500 and a golden seed. And Banished Knight Oleg. So our second Banished Knight, Ash. This one with twins greatswords instead of halberd. The other of the Wings of the Storm. He attracted the notice of the grace-given Lord, and later, having slain 100 traitors of the Lord's hand, Oleg earned the hero's honor of Erdtree burial. Cool. So finally, we are done officially with all the bosses in Limgrave. Just got to go to Stormveil and clear that boss. And yeah, that tree spirit is worth more runes than every boss in Limgrave or Weeping Peninsula other than Godric, if you count that. Level up. We should have enough for 2 levels. We've got all the stats we really want right now with our source wheel factored in, so I'm just going to pump Vigor some more. And now let's go up the elevator. Did you fight the tree spirit in Stormveil? No. I wonder if maybe it makes sense to do this fight first, because the other one is tougher. The actual boss tree spirit is tougher. And if you go through this section of Stormveil first, you can get the second smithing stone free and have a +7 weapon, which could be a nice extra bonus. This is our first warrior jar enemy, similar to Alexander. They're much weaker to strike than Fierce, so a spear is not the ideal weapon for them, but it's fine. Wow, the simultaneous stance break sound, that was satisfying. Couple more crackpots back there. Also, another reason you might want to come here first is you get Ash of War Stormcaller, which is pretty cool. Spins your weapon around, and with a nice long weapon like the Cross Naginata here, I think it makes for both a good attack for building up status effects, because you swing around and hit multiple times, but also good for clearing out an area, which is a real weakness of these pole arms so far. So I guess I'm not putting that on, or else if I wanted to, I could rest with the grace and do it. But we might consider that for Godric. It would even be a little bit thematic. A Banished Knight and a Stormhawk here. I would like to kill the Stormhawk with a spell. Yes, good. Okay, swing your sword at me. No, that's not swinging your sword. Jerk. I got Banished Knight's armor altered. That's actually really sweet, because it's the first real heavy armor I can get. Unfortunately, I don't have enough whip load capacity to bear it right now with all the other stuff I'm carrying. I don't really want to drop anything, so we'll stick with the chitin armor for now. Oh, loot this corpse. More smithing stone 2s. Trina's Lily and a couple corpses over here. Smithing 1, golden rune 2. In this room we have a whole lot of commoners to kill. How dare you throw rocks at me? Commoner's Garb. That also provides +1 faith, same as the Commoner's Simple Garb that we got by the Castle Gate. And there we get a Great Shield. Out there is a view of the Moonlight Altar, which is a place we cannot get to for a long time. Also a message from our friend Rogier. Surely what you seek is somewhere close by. Okay. Also out this way we can see the Chapel of Anticipation where we started the game. And here's our second Smithing Stone 3. So, somewhere close by. Drop down. Grab this item. And here, we're now in a side area of the castle, and we can open this door to get back to the secluded lift side grace, I believe it's called. Or lift side chamber. Yeah, lift side chamber. Now let's explore around here. Big jump. Cross. Out. See more bats. Let's sling them closer so it doesn't drop off. You. All right. This corpse, there's a blue scarab here. That'll drop a sorcery for us. Which is Rancor Call, our first death sorcery. Those require both intelligence and faith. We are a low int character, so that's not happening. And down here we see a bunch of corpses. It's looking like a good time. Is a boss area. Mini boss. Our fire greases up. Golden Vow. Finish this. Use flame, grant me strength. And actually, we're gonna attempt to get an opening. Use the Flame of Frenzy this time. Another ulcerated tree spirit, and they are weak to fire by a lot. And the Flame of Frenzy does a lot of stance damage. Oh, explosion time. Ah, didn't dodge it. I usually forget about the phase change. It's a problem. that. Nice. Got him. Cool. This one doesn't drop nearly as many runes, so I'm not going to use a gold pickled foulfoot on that. Another golden seed. Another stone sword key. Get the last corpse? I guess we did. And over here, there's this freaky looking squid head deal and a bloodstain. We see Rogier getting lifted up in the air and hurt somehow. Sense of Death's pustule is a talisman that raises vitality, which is resistance to deathblight. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he who used to be called Godwin. As first dead of the demigods, it's said he's buried deep under the capital at the erdtree's roots. But, well, there's something weird growing here. Gross. You can take this ladder up. It goes back to the main hall where the grafted scion was here in the castle. But it's a really long ladder, and we don't really need to go there. Actually, that's not true. I guess I should have gone. Because I do want to go back to the hall for one more item pickup. I'll just take the elevator from the rampart tower, though. Kill the dogs, and then back in this room where we found the chrysalid's memento, now we can get a crimson hood, the headgear that Roderica was wearing. She's no longer wearing in the Roundtable, so I guess, don't know how that ended up there, but there it is. We actually can level up. Let's do that. More vigor. It is time for the area boss. Hello, Nepheli. Oh, I would have put Stormcaller on. Oh well. We'll see how this goes.
Mighty dragon, thou'rt a true born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well. The lowly tarnished.
You.
Playing as a lord. I command thee, kneel! I am the lord of all that is golden.
No wonder people despise this guy. Oops. Missed the second jump timing. Alas. nice stance break. Good job, Nepheli. Who wants chicken wings?
Truest of dragons. Lend me thy strength.
What? It's nice to know the trick to this. Beginning of phase 2, you can just run right to Godric, right under his fire spray, and just run up and attack him, charge attacks. It's great. Unfortunately, he grabbed Nepheli, and I can't do anything during the grab animation. And grease up, I guess. One thing I find funny about Godric's new grafted dragon is it's really a tiny one. It's like a runt. He's so proud to have it. Good job, Nepheli.
Bathed in rays of gold.
Hey. You said the line. Godric's Great Rune in remembrance of the grafted. Alright. Well, not much of a pop out there. Because honestly, I don't think that fight is that hard once you know the trick to phase 2 in particular. But it went pretty well. Not perfect, but pretty well. And we just got a ton of runes. That was... it would be 20,000, but in co-op you only get 75%, so we got actually the same amount of runes as we got from the ulcerated tree spirit, it turned out. Now that I've rested at this grace, Gostock shows up there, but we'll come back for him. I also got Remembrance of the Grafted. So this can be used by the finger reader to gain the power of its namesake. It says, a feeble man sought power through the grotesque act of grafting. One day we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold. He really misses Langdale, I guess. And then Godric's Great Rune. The Great Rune of the Shard-Bearer Godric, devoid of any benediction. Seek the Divine Tower of Limgrave, which stands beyond the Great Bridge from Stormveil Castle. Okay. So we'll go next. Oh yeah, this is where you get the Bolt Drake Talisman. So that completes our damage resistance collection. Well, almost. There's another one. Another basic one that we'll get a little while later. There's the Divine Tower off in the distance, but we got to get through these 3 golems first. You don't love to see this fire breath attack. Star. Also, there's a golem archer in the distance, which may... Yeah, we got the iframes just in time. Oh, and it shot down the other golem for us. Thank you. Look at that damage. Well, that was mean. Okay. 2 golems down. Dodge the looked away right as I was saying dodge the arrow. You go down in this little depression here off the side of the bridge. Should get us out of the way. Yep. And we get a warming stone, which is a stone you can drop to heal yourself without using your flasks if you need to. It'll heal you over time. Charged attacks, stance break, and golem dead. Got some great arrows. These golems do respawn, so you can try to farm the golem halberds and golem great bow and golem great arrows and stuff. But it's not... There are more convenient places to do it, I suppose. And this way, there's the Ash of War Scarab. We got the Incantation Scarab from the painting reward from the Artist Shack a long time ago. That helmet does a similar thing, where it makes you take a lot more damage. But in exchange, unlike the Incantation Scarab, which reduces the FP cost of incantations, that one reduces the FP cost of weapon skills. Expert reaction time for Elden Ring. I am not an Elden Ring expert. I do okay with it, but I'll say I'm learning a pretty new playstyle. I didn't really use spears at all in my previous runs, and I didn't really go for parries much either. So it's been interesting experimenting with that stuff. I want to kill a few birds, so gravitas it is. Oh my god, that didn't kill that eagle? Wow. I hit a creature with a weapon skill and it didn't die. Eagles are not as good to farm as the Guillemots because they only have like a 4% chance to drop 4-toed fowl feet, which are the good items you can get from birds. They mostly drop feathers. I guess when I have 7 intelligence, my gravitas damage is just that bad. Wow. Goodbye. Five Stormhawk feathers. That's like the most generous source of those you will ever find. I got all the loot. Divine towers are pretty cool. I love that you get to see out the windows every few meters so you can see the view. But unfortunately, it looks like a kind of cloudy day out there, so we're not seeing much. Yeah, when we get to the top, we'll have better sights to see. Well, it's not amazing. There's the isolated tower. There's the East Altus Tower. There's Lanedell. There's the West Altus Tower. There's the Caelid Tower. So We can see all of them except Liurnia. Liurnia's Divine Tower from here, I think. And that one we might be able to see from the top. Race to the top of the tower. I'm sure we'll come back to this tower any day. Yes. Well, if you just want to go for some sightseeing, you know, that's what it's there for. Here we are. Great rune restored. A great rune of the Shardbearer Godric. Its blessing raises all attributes. This great rune is known as the Anchor Ring, found in the center of the Elden Ring. The first demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the Golden Lineage. Let's look. Can we see? Oh, there's Liurnia. Yeah, there we go. So we do get a view of all the Divine Towers. It's pretty much the whole world. Liurnia. There's Altus. You can see Mount Gelmir. East Altus. Landale in between. Isolated Tower. Bestial Sanctum. That's East Altus Tower again. Caelid. In all its low poly glory. And even down this way should see... Yeah, we can make out Weeping Peninsula down there. Alright. Well, we did the thing. We did the thing that Vari wanted us to do. Let's go check in with him.
Oh, well done. Well done indeed. You bested Godric the Grafted and claimed a great rune. My congratulations. Now, visit the Roundtable Hold for an audience with the two fingers in the inner chamber.
Right away, sir. You seem like a trustworthy guy so far. There it is, the inner chamber. And the two fingers, well, I guess we already saw the fingers at the top of Godric's tower, but they are extremely literal, it turns out. And quite hairy.
Are you that new tarnished? You've done well. I am Enya, the Finger Reader. I interpret the words of the fingers, envoys to the greater will. Look there. The fingers tremble to welcome you, Shardbearer. Let their wisdom wash over you.
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, the tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating. But the great
Yeah, I had a vision about that.
not
And
abandoned the realm.
people got really mad at me for it.
Life that inhabits it. So it is that the tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring. Seek another of its kind to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Alright, well that's our new assignment, I suppose. We need a second shard of the Elden Ring in order to be able to become Elden Lord.
Well, I see. A remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession. demigods and even the creator of the champions are hewn by the erdtree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed. These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well, I will lend you the strength of the fingers. Oh, do not recoil from my offer. The fingers guide us all. And you, Tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
Let's find out about Great Runes some more.
Great runes are the stuff of demigods, the children of the goddess, Queen Marika, she who is vessel of the Elden Ring. Tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord. And so grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished. Listen, the fingers speak.
The greater will has long renounced the demigods. Tarnished, show no mercy. Have their heads. Take all they have left.
Indeed.
Brutal. But okay.
Remember one thing. The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika. Godric the Grafted was but a distant relation, the runt of the litter. His divine...
Is Enya telling us that they were all the demigods are the direct offspring of America, kind of give the game away with respect to the carrion ones? That's funny. We are able to just use the Remembrance of the Grafted for 20,000 runes. I don't really think that's worthwhile normally. You have a limited number of... Well, you only get one of these, but you can duplicate a limited number of the remembrances to get these rewards. Instead of just crunching them for runes that you can replace by killing generic enemies. So I like to collect all the remembrance rewards, or as many as I can, even if I won't necessarily use them all. I'm not planning to get enough strength to use the grafted dragon, so I guess, or to use the Axe of Godric anytime soon, so I guess we'll take the grafted dragon instead.
Now go forth. Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Rapture. What can I say? My character is a very spiritual person, still, despite being persecuted for her visions. Now if we go over to Gideon's study, we can actually find a familiar face right outside. It's Nepheli.
You again. I thought you'd receive a summons to the Roundtable. Nepheli, loux. We met at Stormveil. I'm glad to see you here. I have something for you. I found it in Godric's grafting grounds. You defeated him. You should have it. Make good use of it. I don't intend to make a habit of scavenging corpses.
Thank you. Arsenal Charm is a talisman that will just increase your equip load. It does... The benefit of that, with respect to equip load, is higher than the erdtree's favor. So if you need to use that talisman to get to medium load with all your equipment, then I guess you got to do that. But if you can, probably better to use the erdtree's favor if you need more equip load.
It's about time I headed off.
But Nepheli's just told us that her foster father is in fact Gideon. So that's an interesting Little wrinkle here. And give that Bone Peddler's bell bearing to the Twin Maiden husks now. And also, now that we have a great rune, we have a real purpose behind these rune arcs. So we're going to buy all of them and spend basically our entire haul from killing Godric. Also going to grab a longbow just in case we want a bow with a little bit longer range for utility stuff later.
You've received the wisdom of the two fingers, have you not? Then, just as promised, I bid you welcome. As a true member of the Round Table, I am known as Gideon Ofnir. As a tarnished who wishes to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord, I am accumulating knowledge. To be all-knowing. You now belong.
Does that make us rivals, Gideon? I think it does.
As such, I ask that you remain constant.
Also, dude, what is that posture? Can't be good for you.
You'll be after more great runes now, eh? Then as your fellow, allow me to divulge a little knowledge. The inheritors of the great runes, the shard bearers. We of the Round Table know the location of 5 of them, including the one you defeated. Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormveil. General Radahn.
Yeah, we know about him.
Who fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid wilds. Praetor Rykard, Lord of the volcano manor of Mount Gelmir. Morgoth the Grace-Given, Veiled Monarch and Lord of Leyndell. And Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, ruler of Rhea Lucaria's academy.
You imagine doing what Gideon's doing, though? You're like leaning fully hunched over a table with your arms on it, but then you're looking straight out across the table at someone, just like head tucked fully back into your shoulders. It hurts.
So,
tell me about this guy I just killed.
The Grafted, Lord of Stormveil. Despite being the blood of Godfrey, first Elden Lord, he's a grotesque old fool grasping for power.
Correction, he was a grotesque old fool.
To Limgrave's northwest, but I suspect you know that well enough already.
Yeah.
General Radahn, the famed Red Lion and Scourge of the Stars, is a ferocious warrior. He fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid wilds to Limgrave's east. And now Caelid has been engulfed by the Scarlet Rot. Even approaching the region is no mean feat.
Unfamiliar.
Survivors of Radahn's army
It was pretty rough.
wilds, staving off the rot with fire. And if it's true, I suspect Radahn is still there as well, in Caelid. Though, I doubt he much resembles his former self anymore. Praetor Rykard is the Lord of the Volcano Manor on Mount Gelmir. He is a ruthless justiciar who commands a company of inquisitors.
A justiciar, I believe, is a kind of judge, basically.
The volcano, Mount Gelmir, lies in the west
Commander of the Inquisitors.
The realm of the erdtree. It was the stage of the most appalling battle in the entirety of the Shattering. Rykard has committed the grave sin of blasphemy, marking himself as an enemy never to be forgiven.
We did blasphemy too, I think. Maybe he and I can be buddies.
Morgoth the Grace-Given is Lord of Leyndell, the capital city. It lies at the foot of the erdtree, in the east of the Altus Plateau. But the Two Fingers forbid us from venturing there, until we've acquired enough great runes to repair the Elden Ring. Set your sights elsewhere for the time being. The Veiled Monarch can wait.
Okay, that's disappointing. I'd like to go to Leyndell sooner rather than later.
The Academy of Rhea Lucaria lies to Limgrave's north, towering over the mist-laden lands of Liurnia. Renala is queen of the Carian royals, who govern the Academy. But Renala herself is no demigod. Her beloved Radagon left her to become Queen Marika's second husband, taking the title of King Consort. The great rune dwells within the amber egg that was Radagon's gift to her.
Okay, thanks for the info. What about your daughter?
You've been speaking to Nepheli. She's my daughter. I took her in when she lost the guidance of grace. Though a mere axe-wielding barbarian, her youthful credulity suited my purposes. So I put it to work. Do not hesitate.
That's a hell of a thing for a father to say about his adoptive daughter.
Despite her looks, she is more than capable in
Her youthful credulity suited my purposes. Okay, I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Hello. I thank you. So what can I do?
Also, here in the round table, we can find our buddy from Stormveil.
We meet again after all. I apologize for any offense given by my
There's some
but I'm quite unable to move.
flies swarming around.
What do you need?
And Rogier's all covered up. That doesn't look good. There's these thorns coming out of the sides of his blanket. Ugh.
You defeated Godric and claimed yourself a great rune. Looks like we both got what we wanted out of Stormveil, didn't we? Well done, friend. Something to mark the occasion. Go on, take it.
A free +8 weapon. Cool.
As you might have guessed, I still can't move. My fighting days are behind me. No need to be polite. I've no use for it anymore. The misshapen corpse under Stormveil. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the erdtree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the rune of death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many
Okay, so we had the Night of the Black Knives.
knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has
There's a plot to murder Godwyn, and that led to the Shattering.
better understand what happened to make it this
Now
way.
everything's gone wrong in the world. Okay.
That thing is to blame for the shape I'm in now. I urge the utmost caution. Don't disturb the corpse more than necessary.
But when we saw the bloodstain with Rogier getting hurt, it was the corpse that did it.
So you've met Dee. Dee is an old friend. We found ourselves journeying together for a time, bound by our exploration of death. But our paths have since diverged, never again to cross. Though that's hardly an uncommon fate for two friends.
True enough.
Dee was telling me that he discovered the mark of the centipede. The centipede is an ancient symbol of the curse mark. As long as whoever finds and uses it is not nefarious by nature, then we may be able to form an alliance. If only I could speak to them in person. And if they were like you, all the better.
Maybe it can be me who finds the curse mark.
Did you need something else? Are you acquainted with a man named Rogier? You know, the piteous fellow hiding away on the balcony. He was a formidable spellblade in times past. Don't let his easy air deceive you. He was wise beyond his years, stout of heart, and clear of mind.
Not anymore?
No more, though. You see him now, ravaged by thorns, muttering and rambling, like he's half dead already. I can't stomach to watch. Take well the lesson, friend. That's how you end up when seduced by those who live in death. When grace is sullied, it rots people from the inside, breaks them.
Okay. Well, that's pretty grim. For saying so, Dee. But we got someone else with a perspective on death. Let's see what Pia has to say.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more? Now, closer.
Children, look away. This isn't for your eyes.
You are so very warm.
This time we get an extra dialogue option.
I was known as a deathbed companion. Where I come from, after I received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of
She was a
I lay
deathbed companion who received the vigor from champions. Is okay, lady. I think I know picking up what you're putting down. I understand what you're saying.
into new life, I was awakened by the guidance of grace and chased from my birthplace. Pray, be kind, despite.
When's the child paralock for this one? Oh, don't worry, it's coming, so to speak.
Companion. So please, let me hold you like this as often as it takes.
I suppose the very obvious implication about the nature of deathbed companionship feels more literal if you have a male character in this situation, but I guess it's a little bit more metaphorical and metaphysical than just that.
My dear, have you ever heard of Black Knife Prince? Dear Rogier likes to talk of them when abed, and the ancient plot in which the first of the demigods was slain. The black knives wielded by the assassins who committed the act, along with the impressions they made, somehow hide the truth of the conspiracy. These grand affairs are hardly my forte, but dear Rogier began to weep as he spoke.
Sophia, do you just tell secrets of your other companions to everyone who goes to bed with you? I don't know if you'd want word of that getting around.
In truth, I've heard tell from someone else about the Black Knife Prince.
Telling us even more secrets.
Dear Rogier, so. But it wouldn't be right to give this to him, stuck as he is in the Roundtable hold. Perhaps you could make use of it?
You got a simple map, check in inventory. Okay. Simple map showing location of Black Knife Print. Examine using X. Simple map given by Fia, a clue to the whereabouts of a Black Knife Print. So we got the X marking the spot on a location with a big tree to the southwest and a tower short distance to the southeast. We got to look out for that. What's up, hewg?
Look at you. Those eyes tell a story.
Yeah, I'm pretty proud. I just slew my first demigod. Thank you.
Now lay out your arms.
Second. Well, we could raise our cross-knocking out to +7, but we are 8 runes short. Now we're not. Okay. Done that. I still don't really want to upgrade our finger seal or our parrying dagger. Could... Let's see, we don't have any more hitting 3, so we can't raise up our Uchigatana. We could try to upgrade our flail or our mace, maybe. I'll say we hold off a little bit longer on that stuff. We'll see. I did want to put Stormcaller on my cross-knocking out just so we can try that out. And it looks like with standard it's 171 plus 46, which is 217. With heavy, that's going to be worse. Just barely though. 214. And this is 218, so Keen wins again, just barely. Downstairs, we can use some more of our Stonesword keys now. One here to get to this room with the chest. You'd think everyone would be annoyed that the dining hall is blocked off by a stone sword seal. Maybe someone else could have done something about that before us. And if we spend 2 stone sword keys, we get this next room, which is the kitchen. That was sealed too. Okay. Assassin's Prayer Book. And there's just been meat roasting in here for God knows how long. Well, don't know what that's all about. We want to apply Godric's Great Rune now. What's great about this one is it says it raises all attributes. It gives you +5 to everything after you've used a rune art. When we do that, we'll get effectively 40 free levels. Not necessarily distributed optimally, but 40 levels worth of attribute points is a lot this early in the game. One last thing to do here in the round table. We go in this area and we jump over the balcony, we'll get into a fight. So before we start that, I'm going to use our Baldekin's Blessing and then our Rune Arc. Then we'll jump down. Use the flask. Vow. Fire grease. Let Mad Tongue Alberic bow to us so we get the gesture. And then go to town with Stormcaller. That worked pretty well. Ran out of mana. Alberic uses Thorn Sorceries and Windstone Ice Crag, so he can inflict Frostbite, which is somewhat dangerous. Also, he has a cold weapon, which again inflicts Frostbite, but we can outrange him with our spear, so not bad. And that gives us the Taunter's Tongue, which you can use to let yourself be invaded in multiplayer, even if you don't have any co-op partners. Big fan of the Stormcaller there. The long reach on our spear is very helpful with that. Also in here we can get a Cipher Pata, which is interesting. It's a totally weightless fist weapon that only scales with faith. Can't use it because you don't have 30 faith, but if you have the ability to wield it and you don't mind having an extra weapon to cycle through, there's kind of no reason not to have it equipped as an option. Back up at the round table now. We can check in with hewg for a bit more dialogue.
Oh, your divinity, have mercy and grant me forgiveness. The road is yet long, a god is not easily felled. But one day without fail you will have your wish. So please grant me forgiveness, Queen Marika.
Who's praying to Marika, saying telling us basically it's her wish to fell a god. And it's taken him a while. It's a long road to get there to be able to craft the weapon that will do it. And therefore he's begging forgiveness.
You, is it? I didn't notice you there. I'll be doing my job, same as ever. Just lay out your arms. Those words were not meant for you. I may be prisoner to you, tarnished lot, but my prayers are mine, and mine alone. Well, I've had my say. I'll be more careful too.
All right, hewg. Sorry for intruding. We'll just make our way back to Limgrave real quick. Check in with Barre one more time. Now that we've seen the two fingers. And he's gone. You left a message. Find yourself maidenless. Off to Liurnia with you then. Seek the Rose Church west of the gate town. Okay. We get a gesture. Bravo. Guess that's where we're headed next.
What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya? Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath.
Gostok, how do you really feel?
Oh. Hello there. This weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
Well, happy to be of service, man.
Now, I suppose I'm free. I can do whatever takes my fancy. Can I, mate?
Yeah, sure. You're very welcome. I'm gonna get out of here, though. Ooh, sweet throne. And the magnificent statue of a warrior back here. There's nothing down to the right. I'm not even really sure why that room exists. But down to the left, we can go down the stairs here and then get to backside of Stormveil Castle. Take a ladder here or just drop down. Check underneath. The ghost. Kind of crazed looking ghost like the people we found in the Frenzied Flame village. Or the ailing village. Maiden, dear maiden, where are you? Please, take my grapes. We get a Shabriri grape. Yellowing, oozing eyeball of the infirm. The surface is shriveled and the inside is squishy, not unlike a large, overly ripe grape. Give to the blind maiden to guide her to the distant light. Give to the blind maiden to guide her to the distant light. I'm a blind maiden. I would like to see some distant light. Anyhow. Here we are. In Liurnia of the Lakes. Check out that view. We'll be exploring that next time. So, thanks for joining me on the stream, everyone. Hope you enjoyed. This went pretty long, but I did really want to get through Stormveil Castle in this segment. 7.5 hours is a pretty long one. I don't want to do this much in one shot. Most streams. But we'll come back and we'll make some progress in Liurnia next time. So looking forward to it. I'm not decided yet whether I'll be able to do one this weekend. If I do, it'll probably be early Sunday morning. So for the European viewers who are all asleep right now, maybe you'll be able to catch it then. But that might happen. Otherwise, probably we'll be back Tuesday afternoon. So thanks for coming. Hope you enjoyed, and I will see you all next time. Have a good one.